Welcome to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show, presented by Age Rejuvenation, live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown, Tampa. I'm JC, and alongside me today is Pewter Report's own Bailey Adams. We've got a big show for you today. We'll all be joined by former Bucs tight end John Gilmore, as always, who'll be providing us with game day analysis, as he has all season long. And we're live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown, Tampa. Guys, there's great food, TVs galore, the atmosphere is buzzing. Just miles away from the stadium. You're seeing people pour in, Bengals, Bucs. Everyone's here having a good time. They've got great specials here. We got Miller Lite pints for $3.99, 20 ounces for $5.49, Blue Moon pints for $5, 22 ounces for $7. We've got everything happen right here. The place is buzzing. This is a spot to be, the pregame before games, and come hang out us with our Pewter Report crew. We'll be here all season long for the Pewter Tailgate, but stay tuned right after this for Pewter GameDay coming up right after this at 3:25 with Matt Matera and a special guest as always. We'll be live here until 3:45. We'll throw it to Matt Matera and his special guest for that final half hour to get their thoughts prior to kickoff. So make sure you're following us here on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. Hit the alarm button so that you are notified every time we go live. And, of course, on all of our other accounts, whether that's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and our site itself at pewterreport.com. But let's get right into it as we had a bit of a late start here. We'll jump into the injury report. Bailey, let me know what's going on with this Bucs team. What injuries, what game time decisions, what are we dealing with this week?
Well, my first question to you is, what are you doing here? The Bucs need you to go out there and rush the passer. They don't have any pass rushers this week. Jannard Avery is out with an abdomen/oblique injury. Carl Nassib with a pectoral injury is out. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is expected to go. I believe he's a game-time decision dealing with a hip injury. Vita Vea with a calf injury is out. And then the secondary, Jamel Dean with a toe injury is out. So this Bucs defense is very, very thin. And it's going up against the Bengals, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Joe Mixon, T. Higgins. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, it is. You know, you look at all the guys who are out, multiple game time decisions, as you said, with JTS, Antoine Winfield Jr., Sean Murphy-Bunting, Mike Edwards. The hope is that those guys can play. Tristan Wirfs, a surprising game time decision after basically getting a guy powerbombed onto his leg. And here, you know, we all felt for the worst that it was going to be a season long, but just 2 games, he might be back in the mix. So, you know, the Bengals are facing a few issues on their side as well with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd questionable. We'll see if they can play. If they don't play, that bodes in the Bucs' favor because the Bengals really, after Jamar Chase and those two, don't really have anybody else, especially with Hayden Hurst out as well. So that's the hope that at least one or both of those guys aren't going for the Bucs to have a shot at slowing this down. Problem is the Bengals offensive line has really started to gel and find their continuity. A complete overhaul, including the Bucs' very own drafted, Alex Tampa. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how this Bucs handle this team of the Cincinnati Bengals, even though they're dealing with some injuries on both sides. No Trey Hendrickson, who's out with the wrist, and Mike Hilton at cornerback as well.
So, yeah, it's a little bit banged up on both sides. The Bucs perhaps getting the worst of it. We'll get the inactives here pretty soon and see which of those game time decisions are able to make it. The Bucs hope as many of them as possible can do so.
Right, and one surprise game time decision, although I hinted to it on Thursday's podcast, Julio Jones has been dealing with a knee all week, didn't practice on Wednesday or Thursday, was limited on Friday. Usually if you practice in some sort of capacity on Friday, you're at least going to be a game time decision, which it looks like he is going to be, but it's trending more towards doubtful. So the Bucs down another playmaker as well.
Tough for Julio, because Julio had been back for 2 or 3 games, not even appearing on the injury report anymore. Right. And so you kind of got to feel like he turned the corner and he was all right, ready to go, and knee's fine. Now he's back with that same knee injury, and looking like he's doubtful to go. So the Bucs will be without him. Russell Gage is back. Russell Gage came back last week and the week before, and has gotten into it a little bit. They're going to need more from Russell Gage especially with Julio Jones expected not to play.
Right, caught that touchdown, that this amazing display of concentration there. Ready to go, concentration, things that help you get there. You got to give a shout out to our presenting sponsor, Celsius, who sponsors the Pewter Report Tailgate Show. And Bailey's got one right there.
Peach mango green tea.
Peach mango green tea. Yeah, we got the vibes on the screen with tropical vibe, Arctic vibe, peach vibe. Celsius gives you 7 essential vitamins and nutrients to help propel you propel your day. There's no high fructose corn syrup, no aspartame, no preservatives, no artificial covers or flavors. Gives you essential energy that accelerates your metabolism and burns body fat. The best thing, it's sugar-free, and it really does beat the competition out there, all those other energy drinks, just with the amount of flavors they have and the taste in general. Definitely check out a Celsius. If I were Matt, I'd tell you to check out your local bodega. Once you try it out there, you can go online, Amazon, subscribe and save, and then you can get the variety pack. Another Matt quote, the spice of life with the variety pack. You can choose whichever ones you want there. You can see all the flavors, orange, an OG flavor, berry, tropical vibe, peach vibe, watermelon. They're all great. Check them out at your local convenience store, grocery store, or on Amazon. Definitely check out Celsius at a location near you. Like I said, we're here at the Walk-Ons in Midtown, where we do have Celsius on hand. Come enjoy the game day specials. As I mentioned earlier, Miller Lite pints for $3.99, 22 ounces for $5.49, Blue Moon pints for $5, 22 ounces for $7. Next week, we'll have our Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation remotely from our homes on Christmas night, when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers travel to the desert to face the Arizona Cardinals, who are on a backward slide right now, lost their quarterback for the year after Kyler Murray suffered a torn ACL on Monday night. But we'll be live at 6:30 prior to the Bucs-Cardinals game. Make sure you stop into Walk-Ons this week for some college bowl games. There's a bunch of good college bowl games this week, so definitely check that out. NFL games and also the Tampa Bay Lightning games, who are kind of starting to turn around their season after a losing skid. They've been on a quick little tear. But as I mentioned before, at the top of the show, we'll be joined by former Bucs tight end John Gilmore for his analysis. Let's bring him on. John, how we doing? It's been a tumultuous couple weeks, up and down roller coaster ride for this Bucs team. That San Francisco 49ers game was ugly, though.
Yeah, I think ugly's putting it lightly, man. It was definitely a tough one to watch. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of walked away at the third quarter, came back at the fourth quarter, knowing what to expect. But,
right,
man, it was typical Bucs football of what we've seen out of them over the past few weeks.
Yeah, it's not getting any better either with play calling, defenses having mental lapses. You knew that was going to be a tough game if they were able to get the ball in their playmakers' hands. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, who unfortunately left the game with an injury. Also, with George Kittle, and the ability for that team to get yards after the catch is one of the best in the league. Kyle Shanahan's a mastermind when it comes to coaching, and the Bucs were simply outplayed and outcoached.
No, absolutely, man. Outplayed is definitely the right way to put it. Brock Purdy, he distributed the ball all over the place. It wasn't just their key playmakers like
right.
Deebo Samuels. Obviously went out with a pretty ugly injury. It looked pretty bad for him. We hope he's okay. But, man, those guys, they did a great job distributing the football, really working the chains, time of possession.
Right.
I mean, dude, it was textbook work from Brock Purdy, more of what we expect out of a Tom Brady.
Right. And you know what? We don't want to talk about that anymore because that's in the past. That was last week. As Brady will say, we don't talk. Once we move past that, we're not talking about that. All we can do is focus on the next game. And the next game happens to be, we're on to Cincinnati, which is going to come in here today, 4:25 start. And Brady in this offense, I've been kind of teased a little bit by the guys in the group, a little bit by some of the fans. I still have a hope for some reason that this team can somehow, some way, turn it around and put some points. They have the talent all over the team, and it starts with Brady, right? And the offensive line hasn't been doing great, but Wells has done all right. He hasn't been phenomenal, but he's done all right at that right tackle spot. Donovan Smith's a different story. He's been atrocious, and I know he's going through some personal things, and that's hard to do your job when you've got personal. As much as, with any career, you drop your baggage at the door, it's still difficult. But they might get Tristan Wirfs back this week.
No, obviously having Tristan Wirfs back would be huge. You mentioned Josh Wells. He didn't look terrible on tape last week, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think he held it down. He actually drew the short straw, having to see Joe Abosa the majority of the game, which wasn't surprising. But yeah, as you mentioned, Donovan Smith just hasn't been having a stellar season. The thing about Donovan Smith, he's kind of been that up and down player his entire career. I remember in 2019 when he signed his deal, Cam Jordan was the first one to take to Twitter talking about, all right, fellas, it's time to eat. He's coming back.
Right.
You know, and that's the type of player he's been throughout his career. And he's a Penn State guy, and I love my Penn State guys, so I hate talking bad about Donovan. But he just hasn't been that consistent left tackle that we need.
Right, and he needs to be that consistent left tackle. He needs to, because if Tristan Wirfs does come back and he does have, let's say he's got another penalty that negates a touchdown or puts him in a hole, Josh Wells, if he's not playing right tackle, there might be a situation where they pull Donovan Smith and put Josh Wells back there. Although I still think Donovan Smith's a superior talent to him, but you can't just let him hurt your team week in and week out and there be no ramifications. And the offensive line, not just consistency in blocking for Brady, but also consistency in the run game, which lack of thereof or whatever you want to call it. But, you know, the Bengals team has been a difficult team to run on this season. If you look at what they've been able to do, right now they are 11th in the league in rush defense, only letting up 111 yards per game. The Bucs haven't even been able to snip that with just 72.9 yards a game, good for last in the league. So, I mean, can the offensive line be consistent enough? Can the Bucs find good enough holes for the running game to get through, or is this just going to be the same old song and dance?
Well, I don't suspect that the Bucs are going to come out trying to beat these guys on the ground. I mean, as you mentioned, we're at the bottom of the list, ranked 32 in the NFL as far as rushing yardage and production. You know, you mentioned Josh Wells and the possibility of him getting bumped to left tackle. After looking at what I saw on tape last week, that's a viable option, Jason. I mean, viable. I mean, this guy, he held it down at the right tackle. He's been, let's just call it the right Band-Aid for the Bucs. He has plenty of playing time as that big tight end.
Right.
He's not a rookie. He's a vested guy. And I think he can hold it down at that left tackle just based on what we've seen out of Donovan Smith, man. He's doing a lot of catching. He's not coming off the ball. All those holding penalties that you're seeing, I mean, you put the tape on, man. They're holding penalties.
Yeah.
That's 2 games back-to-back that he's taking points off the board. This past week hurt us. You know, to tie the game 7-on-7 with the big play down the field to Mike Evans, man. We had the big explosive, which we haven't seen a lot out of. Which you're
looking for.
Right? We haven't seen a lot out of that. And, man, it's called back because of a hold on the left side of Donovan Smith. Just we can't have it, man. That's 2 weeks in a row. And he just doesn't look like he's in it, man. When you put the tape on, it's just very bad football on the left side.
Right, and unfortunately enough, they're not even going to have that opportunity because Tristan Wirfs will not suit up this week. He is on the inactive list, so they are going to have to roll with Donovan Smith for another week. And hopefully he can kind of get out of that funk, put it together, and be able to go out there and really play the same football that we saw, the high-level football we saw from him last year when he was the 6th best left tackle in the league. You know, bottom of the league in penalties, bottom of the league in sacks. Now this year he's at the top of the league and top of that list, allowing both of those. So other inactives that we have going on here, Julio Jones is in fact going to be inactive. We knew about Jamel Dean Vita Vea as well. Carl Nassib was something we know about. Jannard Avery. Kyle Trask will never see the field this year. Doesn't matter. He's also inactive. But the good news is that on the defensive side of the ball, Antoine Winfield Jr., Mike Edwards, Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Joe Tryon-Stringa all will be active. So some reinforcements on the back end. We'll see what's going on with the Cincinnati Bengals and who they're getting back or who's going to be inactive or active for them. But as far as the Bucs on that defensive side, that's some good news for them for sure. But moving on to when the Bucs still have the ball on offense and the tight ends, your position. Otten's number 1. He's got to be tight end 1. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they're targeting him enough. I don't think they're going to him enough. But you put on the tape, you watch what he's doing at both a blocker as a receiver. He's getting separation. He's getting open for the most part. They just need to continue to feed him the ball. I feel like when they target Cam Brate, those targets should be going to Otten. Get Cam Brate in here for a handful of plays, but I think Otten needs to be the number 1 tight end, the number 1 targeted tight end in this offense.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that the Bucs aren't doing right on the offensive side of the ball, and getting the tight end the ball is one of them. So totally agree with you on that one, JC. Otten definitely our number 1. Love the future this guy has with the Buccaneers, man. Ton of upside in this guy. Obviously, we talk about him week in and week out. Does everything great. Blocks well in the run game. Obviously, he's a functional guy when putting the ball downfield. Cole Keith, obviously, is a great compliment to him. He's our bruiser. He's our run blocker. We saw a lot of support from him last week in protecting Donovan Smith, getting little chips out of the, before releasing out on a pass, which obviously you would hope you wouldn't have to do with Donovan Smith. But you could tell that they're making up for the shortcomings of our offensive tackles right now and trying to protect them with our tight ends. And we have a good group, man. Cameron Braid, obviously, he's a good one. I'm not so sure what his future holds here with Tampa Bay. I have a feeling that we might see limited days here for Cam Braid moving forward. But look, man, when you talk about that tight end room, I would say, man, the Bucs over the past couple of years have had a pretty good one.
Right, yeah, leading it with Gronk. But I still think this year is a year you got a gem, really. I mean, I don't think anyone expected Otten to be this good this early, myself included. I thought he needed about a year to get some NFL weight on his bones, get in the gym, bump that up from 245 to 255, really. But he's been out there handling his own against blockers and really making splash plays in the offense, catching the ball. But speaking of guys who haven't really been making splash plays catching the ball, Evans and Godwin got to step it up a bit, especially with Julio Jones out this week.
Look, man, I don't know what's going on with the chemistry there. Only the insiders can tell us what's going on there, man. But something is way off. But the Tom Brady, Mike Evans connection, obviously, we saw the frustration on both of their faces last week. If it wasn't Evans' fault, it was Tom's fault. If it wasn't, and it was evident, right, man? Some of those balls, going back and looking at the tape, Brady probably played one of his worst games so far this season. He did. And I just don't know what's going on there. After coming off the past couple of years that these guys have had and that automatic connection, that chemistry that we talk about, just hasn't been there. That back shoulder throw, for the touchdown that we missed to Mike Evans this past week.
Bad throw.
Head scratcher, man. And you hate to see this from these guys. If they're not clicking, it's not too late. Obviously, they're in the NFC South, so anything can happen. You mentioned earlier you're trying to stay optimistic. Look, with the talent that we have on this ball club, they have a puncher's chance.
They do.
So we got to get in the show, and then anything can happen.
They do. They really do. And I think part of Mike Evans, part of it is the way they've been utilizing him recently. I think that they've gone away from what's happened in the past. It's still, Byron Leftwich not doing enough, I feel like, to scheme him open, to get him dedicated looks. It's just, but there's been drops issues. There's been overthrows, underthrows. So it's just all been a mess. Godwin's been really good, but he's also had a lot of drops. Russell Gage had that beautiful touchdown the other day where he kind of bounced off Godwin's. That's a catch for Godwin any other Sunday. But Russell Gage, a concentration to catch the ball for the score. He needs to get more involved. And Devin Tompkins was called up. Maybe he's, he can provide some speed as well as Scotty Miller and get that speed involved more at that wide receiver room because, it's just, it has what they've been doing. Again, here we are, week 14. What they're doing has not been working, and they need to find more creative ways to get their wide receivers and their weapons the ball in space and do it more often and more frequently and in quicker scenarios in the game.
Look, if I had a chance to sit down with Byron Leftwich and grab dinner, my first piece of advice is, hey, man, you need to give 12 more ownership.
Yeah.
Right. I know he's under a lot of scrutiny right now as far as his play calling decisions throughout the season. I don't have a problem with some of his situational football play calling. But obviously, when they get in the red zone, they've been terrible on red zone. They've been terrible on third down.
Right.
He's received a lot of criticism for his predictable play calling on first down. But, I could go either way on that. But that being said, give ownership to Tom Brady. I have a feeling both of these guys are very involved in the scheming during the week as far as game planning. But we've seen the best football out of the Bucs when they get in those no-huddle situations. I know Todd Bowles is going on record and saying, hey, we don't want to gas our guys. We don't want to wear them out.
Right.
But there's ways of sugar huddling without having to really get in that huddle, to avoid some of the substitution. But again, give number 12 the ownership. Stop trying to control the game plan as far as executing it on game day. I think from an adjusting standpoint, we haven't been great. And, if things are going the way they're going, why not fall back and put it in the hands of one of the best quarterbacks ever played the best game.
Quarterback that's ever played the game, Tom Brady, right? And Byron, he's just got this old school mentality when it comes to football. It's just, and it's part of the coaching succession. Bruce Arians, he was in his offense as a player. Now he's coaching. There's an old school mindset. He's not willing to adapt analytics. He's really showing, he's not that old, but he's really showing his age. And, you know, what this offense needs more than anything is just a rejuvenation. And speaking of ages and rejuvenation, the presenting sponsor of our Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show is our good friends at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back. Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Guys, if you want to feel better, go to Age Rejuvenation. Lose weight, feel great, have better sex. You might have seen Age Rejuvenation as a new sponsor of the SR Fab 5 column on PewterReport.com. Well, Scott Reynolds is a new Age Rejuvenation customer too. Scott turned 50 this year and noticed that his energy had become a problem. It turns out he had low testosterone, like most men in their 40s and 50s. It's just nature, fellas. Low testosterone affects everything from weight loss to energy to stamina. But now there's a way to find it, and that's what Scott did with testosterone therapy. Now he has more energy. He's got more swagger to him as well. You can see it on the podcast every week. So visit agerejuvenation.com, and Age Rejuvenation has 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. Lose weight, feel great, and have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. And John, you're a member of Age Rejuvenation as well. You've been going there for quite some time. We talked about it a little while ago. It's been really kind of kicking in for you over the last couple of months, and you really started to feel a difference, haven't you?
Oh, man, I've been a client there a little over a year. You know, testosterone, as you can imagine, coming from the NFL, has always been a taboo type of word in the world of the NFL and professional sports. But look, until you educate yourself, you really don't know what you don't know. And it was a game changer for me, man. Just the fog, the head fog that I had to deal with, the mental clarity. And when I talk about that head fog, the energy, that 2 p.m. crash every day. You know, when you turn 40, man, things start to happen. I'm 43. I feel better than I ever have. I feel like I'm a young spring chicken again. Oh. And it's been a game changer, man. I know that. And natural. When you mentioned natural, it's a natural thing, gentlemen. You know, don't get caught up in the fact of, hey, man, this is synthetic, this, that, and the other. The program that Scott and I are both on, bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, is a very natural thing. In fact, it stems from sweet potatoes. Oh, I'm sure you didn't know that. But it comes from sweet potatoes, man. It's just not.
Love sweet potatoes.
Yeah, I love sweet potatoes.
They're the best.
Especially if they make you feel the way that I'm feeling right now.
Okay, all right.
Like you said, man, have higher energy, great sex, mental clarity, all that good stuff, fellas. Man, I would definitely encourage looking into Age Rejuvenation for sure.
Definitely check out Age Rejuvenation. Some of the guys on defense could use some Age Rejuvenation. Maybe not the testosterone part; they'll get popped. But we're gonna bring Bailey back in here now to talk about what to expect when the Bucs are on defense, and he'll break that down with John right now.
John,
big play
the
right
defense
there.
is going to have to be better than it was last week, right? It has to be. Just the law of averages, right? I don't know. It's the Bengals got a tough offense, and it's going to be another challenge for the Bucs. I mean, what was your impression of what we saw last week from the defense?
Well, first of all, one would hope that it's definitely a different defense we see this week than we saw last week with a young quarterback and Brock Purdy putting up 35 points. Nobody wants to see that. Yeah, that's the situation, man, where I think the Bucs just didn't play it aggressively as they typically would. Sat back, played a lot of zone, weren't able to get pressure on Purdy. He found the open man, picked him apart. We talked about earlier his ability to distribute that football. Again, I just don't think they were as aggressive as they should be. And then obviously when our offense gets in a position where we're playing catch up, right, having to air the ball out, 3 and outs, never helped the defense, barely, as you know. And I just don't think those guys had enough energy. And to JC's point, they needed Age Rejuvenation to get caught up.
I think so. I think one of those guys you were mentioning that Brock Purdy was distributing the ball really well. Christian McCaffrey was one of them. I mean, when you got Christian McCaffrey on your offense, you're going to have a pretty good day, pretty much more often than not. Give him the ball, good things are going to happen. He goes over 100 yards, and now the Bucs turn right around, and they face Joe Mixon. What do you think you need to see out of this run defense today with Joe Mixon in town with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, well, obviously we know Cincinnati Bengals. They're not a run first type of team. They want to air it out with Joe Burrow, is one of the best in the game. Joe Mixon's a functional guy. He has 700 yards so far in the season. They don't get him too heavily involved in the pass game, but I think just due to the injuries that they have on their side of the ball, on the offensive side of the ball, we'll probably see more involvement out of Mixon today in the pass game. He's not the threat of Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, that guy, he's been a problem for us year in and year out, serving with the Carolina Panthers, and yet again, he stung us again. 114 yards on the ground, active in the pass game, 2 touchdowns. That guy's a nightmare for the Bucs. But I don't think we're seeing that same guy in Joe Mixon today.
Yeah, and then the one thing that's going to be tough for the Bucs is that they are without Vita Vea up there in the front. So stopping the run, it's going to come down to Akeem Hicks and Raheem Nunez-Roches in more of a starter role. We've seen him play really well in a reserve role. Drops off a little bit as a starter, but he's going to have to step up big today in that run defense. Those 2 guys, and then maybe you can see some of the rookie and Logan Hall. I know Logan Hall's more of a pass rusher at this stage of his career, but they might need to see him step up. I mean, they're pretty thin up there.
Yeah, no, Logan Hall is a guy we've seen glimpses of so far this season. I like Nacho, Raheem Nunez-Roches. I'm a big fan of his, especially coming off the bench. Obviously, he's been in position, so he's been in a few positions this year where he had to step up and play that starter position. The key for the guys up front, Bailey, hey, play your gap, play it big. Make sure you keep those double teams off our linebackers and let the Devin White and Lavonte David make their plays.
Speaking of Devin White, Lavonte David, the pass rush today, you think we're going to see some of those blitzes from those linebackers? Because, like we mentioned earlier at the top of the show, you're without Carl Nassib. You're without, obviously, Shaq Barrett's out for the season. You're without even a depth guy in Jannard Avery. So you're asking a lot of Anthony Nelson and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who's a game-time decision himself, dealing with a bit of a hip injury. What are you going to need to see them get creative a little bit with some of those blitzes?
No, one would hope so, man. I think we got to get creative with the line stunts and the blitzes. When we lost Shaq Barrett, obviously that was a huge loss for us. But, you mentioned JTS. I hope he can go today. That's a guy that I really like the growth that I've seen out of him so far this season. 3.5 sacks so far on the season. Really doesn't do him justice as far as his productivity for this team. Being able to hold that point at the point of attack, force everything back inside. I've seen a lot of growth out of JTS. We need him to go today. Anthony Nelson, he's another guy that stepped up. I expect him to have another big game in the role that he's going to have to play today. But again, I think at that outside linebacker defensive end position, man, these guys have really stepped up with Shaq Barrett going on IR, and we've seen a lot of development out of that core group.
Yeah, it's tough to be without Carl Nassib today. I think he's been playing really, really well. No sacks last week for the Bucs on Brock Purdy. We're talking about how well he was able to distribute the ball. So much of that was that he was able to be comfortable back there. And so they need to make Joe Burrow uncomfortable as much as they can. I know Cincinnati's offensive line much improved this year over last year, but they're going to have to get after the quarterback one way or another. That's going to help in the back end of the defense. Obviously, Bucs getting a big boost in their pass coverage with Sean Murphy-Bunting, Mike Edwards, and Antoine Winfield Jr. all getting ready to go back from injury. You have to rely a little bit less on Zion McCollum, who's been struggling as a rookie, and a little bit less on D. Delaney. So just how big of a boost do you think that's going to be to get those guys back?
No, it's going to be huge, man, because it's going to give those guys time up front if we can hold it down on the back end. You mentioned Cincinnati's offensive line. They don't jump off the film at me. Going back and looking at the last week's game versus the Browns, I got a chance to look at a glimpse of the Kansas City Chiefs when they played them a couple weeks ago and snuck out a victory. I'm not overly impressed with their offensive line. I think that's the weaker link in their armor, so to say, the kink in their armor, so to say. I'm not a huge fan. They've given up 38 sacks so far this season. But again, we're not all hands on deck along the defensive front.
Right.
So that's going to hurt us. But we're not facing that offensive line that should shut us down, man. These guys had problems last week versus the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and then when you look at that secondary, they get those guys back, but they are missing Jamel Dean. So you might see some of the mismatches here. Hayden Hurst is inactive for the Bengals. It looks like they're going to have T. Higgins. They're going to have Tyler Boyd. So not going to be missing much from their pass attack. Jamel Dean out. There's going to be some mismatches there. Especially you got a guy like Jamar Chase, one of the best young receivers in the game right now. I would like to see, or I would think that Zach Taylor over there on Cincinnati's sideline is going to try to match him up with anyone but Carlton Davis for most of the game. They'll try to see if they can move him around and get him some favorable matchups.
No, look, with those guys healthy in the lineup and they got a hat on today, man. T. Higgins, he's a guy who's been out the past couple of weeks with a hammy. You pick your poison. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, man. He got both his 1-2 punch back. it's like a 1A, 1B situation, man. You can tell he likes both of these guys as his go-to target. You know, their tight end being down, I think, is a big one. He's been productive for him as well. But, man, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, those guys are his go-tos. And then you talk about Tyler Boyd. He left the game early last week with a finger. I didn't expect to see him back this early.
Yeah.
But he has the three-headed monster back in the mix, man, and that's going to pose problems for the Bucs being down at one Jamel Dean.
Yeah.
That much.
I mean, you can talk about all these different aspects of the defense, and, you know, as far as the pass rush, the run defense, the secondary, the Bucs on the whole this year. Last week wasn't a good one, but the defense has put the team in position to win games more often than not. And so just how difficult is it for this team as a whole, is for this defense to feel all that pressure on them when the offense isn't giving them much, putting them in unfavorable positions? I mean, how much of that do you think adds to it, especially this late in the season?
I mean, on average, I believe these guys are holding teams to under 22 points on the defensive side of the ball. We just can't score. Yeah, we're just not productive. You go back and look at the past games from earlier in the season, 10 points, 17 points. And Tom Brady's at the helm. Who would have thought, Billy? Yeah, we can't seem to break that 22-point mark. And if you go back and look at the history of the season, if we could score some points, I mean, it'd be a totally different record right now.
If you think back to week three, they lost 2-point game to the Packers. It was 14-12. At 20-18, they lost to the Steelers. Just a few more points here and there, and they're looking at a much different record than their 6-7 record right now. And the defense is going to have to continue to shoulder that weight until this offense can figure something out, whether it's, finding ways to get the receivers the ball a little bit more in a little more creative ways, or just establishing that run game, getting some guys back, whatever it takes for this offense to kind of get going late in the season. This defense is going to feel that much of that pressure.
Look, man, it's very tough to get that type of chemistry clicking this point in the season.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
But again, when you talk about having a puncher's chance, if they could catch some momentum coming down here over the home stretch of the regular season, find themselves in the playoffs, anything can happen. Anything can happen. But I mentioned earlier, and I believe I was talking with JC, do yourself a favor, Byron, and give some more control to number 12.
Yeah.
And let's put our pride and ego to the side. Let him get more involved in the play calling on game day. Control the offense. Keep the defense off balance. Keep them on their heels. And let him go to work, man, because as we've seen, i.e. the Cleveland Browns game, right, put it in Tom Brady's hand and let's see what happens.
Yeah, you're talking about Byron Leftwich putting more control in Tom Brady's hands. If you want to put your money in the right hands, turn to Muni Financial.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience, let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Muni Financial at 800-868-6864. That's 800-868-6864. Or visit Muni.com today. And reminder that we're back here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. Next week, we'll have our Celsius Pewter Report tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation live at 6:30 remotely prior to the Bucs Cardinals Christmas night game. It's a Sunday night game on Christmas. Settle in there with your loved ones and watch some Bucs football as they are out in Arizona. Reminder, we'll be live at 6:30, bringing you all the way up to Pewter GameDay, which will kick off at 8:20. And John, it's time to jump into some of these matchups. Some big-time matchups between the Bucs and the Bengals today. We'll start on the offensive side of the ball. Of course, you can find these on pewterreport.com and Scott Reynolds, SR's Fab 5 on Friday mornings. And we'll jump right in right here. We'll start with these key matchups on offense, starting along the offensive line in the trenches. Right tackle Josh Wells, of course, with Tristan Wirfs still inactive. Josh Wells lining up against defensive end Sam Hubbard from Cincinnati.
Look, I'm going to go with Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson's I think he's been ruled out.
Yeah, he has.
Going into this one, which bodes well for Donovan Smith. But again, based on what I saw out of Josh Wells last week, we gave him a little help with the tight ends. We slid the protection his direction versus a Joey Bosa. Look, man, I wasn't upset with what he did. They weren't able to get home. I'm going with Josh Wells in that matchup.
All right. Scott's going with Sam Hubbard. I think I'm going to go with Hubbard myself. The best way I could put it probably for Josh Wells right now is he's surviving. He's surviving. He had to go against Cam Jordan. Last week he had to go against Nick Bosa, and he didn't allow a sack to either one of them. They're giving him some help. I think they're going to need to do that again in this game because he's going to need some of that help. Sam Hubbard leading the Cincinnati Bengals in sacks right now. I believe he has 6.5. So, yeah, I'll go with Hubbard. But if Josh Wells can survive, kind of do what he's been doing the last couple of weeks, I know Tom Brady's going to help him by getting the ball out as quick as he can. If Josh Wells can survive this matchup, it'll bode well for the Bucs offense. But, again, another one on the offensive line, another matchup. Left guard Nick Leverett against defensive tackle DJ Reader. Scott's going with DJ Reader. I want to hear who you're going with.
Again, these guys didn't pop out to me as far as guys that were able to get pressure on the quarterback. I like Leverett in this one, just like I like Josh Wells. I'm going to go with Leverett.
Leverett's a guy, he's a fighter. It doesn't matter who he's going up against. You're going to get his best. You're going to get him in there. He's a dog in there. I like Leverett in this one. I know DJ Reader's a really good guy. He's big pass rusher, really good against the run. Bucs are going to need to get that run game going up the middle. But I think Nick Leverett, I think this is a matchup that he can win. He's just going to show that grit. I love what we've seen from him so far. Been a huge upgrade over Luke Gedeke. So
he showed some dog last week.
Yeah.
He pulled on Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
And put his face in there, man. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a fun guy to watch. If you're getting a little tired of watching the Bucs offense be, a little inept at times, go look in the trenches, see some of those matchups. Watch Nick Leverett. Just watch him stick his face in there and do what he does. But, all right, let's jump over to one guy that we're very familiar with. Of course, quarterback Tom Brady. We'll talk here against free safety Jesse Bates. Scott has this one as a push. Tom Brady, only 5 interceptions this year. 2 of them came last week. But all those interceptions are coming over the middle of the field, which is where Bates will be roaming. Who do you like in this matchup? It's a push for Scott. And because Brady's, I wouldn't say he's having a bad season, but he's not been at the Tom Brady level that we're used to. And those interceptions coming over the middle of the field makes this matchup feel like it's a little bit in Jesse Bates' favor.
I mean, look, the standard's the standard, right? And we hold Tom Brady to a certain standard. He set that bar, not us. So he's not having his best season with 5 interceptions so far this year. I'm going to give this a push. They're leading interceptors, Von Bell, their strong safety, who's a good player. They like to move him around. They like to match him up with that inside slot or a tight end. But as far as that free safety spot, I'm going to go ahead and give this a push just because I'm not ready to bet against TB12.
Yeah.
Given what I've seen, he could get out of this funk at any given moment, Bailey.
Yeah, it could happen any minute. And what will maybe help in his favor in this game, as JC just pointed out to me, is Zach Silva, a rookie cornerback for Cincinnati, making his first career start out there. They've got a couple rookies out there, and Cam Taylor-Britt as well. It'll be interesting. See if Tom Brady can take advantage of those matchups. One of those matchups will be Mike Evans against Cam Taylor-Britt. Of course, Scott's going with Mike Evans here. You and JC just talked about Mike Evans and Tom Brady haven't been on the same page. Something's going on there. It's been a little weird to see. Could today be that day that they kind of finally get there? Evans hasn't scored a touchdown since week 4. Is this the day that he finally finds the end zone again?
I like this kid, Cam Taylor-Britt, man, looking at him on tape. He had a big play last week on 4th down, 4th and goal on the 6-yard line. Big pass breakup versus the Cleveland Browns. Showed a lot of grit. I like him. It's hard for me to take him, a rookie, over number 13, Mike Evans. Again, these guys can break that funk at any given time. And going back to my point earlier about Byron giving up control of the offense, I would be doing that just to give TB12 an opportunity to get out of this funk.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm going to go back to, not to get off track. I'll go with number 13 on this one, Mike Evans.
I think I'm going to go with Mike Evans as well. I mean, this can be a game for him to kind of step up. And we've seen a couple of times. I mean, he's at 805 yards this season. His touchdown numbers are way down. Hasn't scored since that Chiefs game. But this could be the day for him. I think it would be huge for him to do so. And it's a favorable matchup. I think it's one of those things where you've seen him go on these fly routes a lot. You've seen them use him a little differently, kind of get back to the way they have used him in past years. It would be an advantageous thing for the Bucs to do so, especially with this matchup.
No question. And I got slightly distracted by those mozzarella logs that just pulled in here, Billy. My God, man, I live for these things.
Yeah. Oh, some wings, man, some wings too.
Oh, you got the wings.
Yeah, we got the wings over here. I don't know if I'm going to dig into these with my bare hands right now.
These mozzarella logs, I've never had a mozzarella log. In fact, they're legit logs. They're not sticks.
Yeah.
These are logs.
They are legit. I think every time I've ever been here, I've had at least one. So, I mean, you got to get down here to walk-ons and try these mozzarella logs. They're fantastic. John's going to get a bite here. I'm probably going to have to just vamp for a little bit and talk while he finishes that bite. But, yeah, I mean, Mike Evans is a guy where he's closing in on that 1,000-yard mark that he's hit 8 straight seasons, and he's on pace to do so. I think he's averaging 60-something yards per game right now. 4 games left. He needs to average about 40-something over the last 4 games. So it looks like he's going to get there, but he would be a lot closer right now, too, if he would have caught that long touchdown pass against the Panthers in Carolina, and if he would have caught that holding penalty last week. So, yeah, I mean, Mike Evans is a guy who will really need to get involved in this game, especially when you're going up against a Bengals defense or Bengals offense that's going to score points. You're going to have to hang with them, and if you're going to hang with them, you're going to have to get Mike Evans involved.
Oh, man, these guys got a lot of firepower on offense today. You got to meet firepower with firepower. All our guys, Julio Jones, all of them got to come out, have a big game. But again, you just go on and put that tape on from last week. And I know I keep reflecting back to last week, but dude, I mean, the ball placement, something's off. Yeah, something's off, Bailey. They got to get that corrected, and you can't really get that corrected until you get that momentum going. And I think you put the ball in the hands of Tom Brady and let him go to work.
I think so, man. I'll tell you, the smell of these wings is getting right up my nostrils. These buffalo wings, they are hot, they're spicy, getting right up in my nostrils and messing with my head a little bit. But let's jump into our final matchup on the offensive side of the ball. That's wide receiver Chris Godwin against strong safety Von Bell, a guy you mentioned earlier, leading the Bengals in interceptions right now. He's playing really, really good football. Scott's got this one as a push. I'm inclined to agree with the way Von Bell's playing, covering that slot really, really well. Just he's all over the place for the Bengals. And Chris Godwin, we've seen him a little bit, start to come back to his form a little bit. Yep. Still needs to find a little bit more separation. How are you viewing this matchup?
I like Bell. I like Bell in this particular matchup. I don't think that's a knock on Godwin. That's a knock on the situation that's going on between quarterback and wide receivers, right? That chemistry thing that we talk about. Until I see that ironed out, man, it's really hard for me to pick a guy in the slot like a Godwin versus a Bell. I think Bell has an upper hand there. He's a great cover guy, physical player. I like him in that matchup. And very rarely will you hear me take anybody over Chris Godwin, but it's the chemistry thing and then being able to connect.
Yeah, Chris Godwin's a guy you will bet on a lot, but Von Bell betting on him this one. If you want to bet today, it's any day, you go to MyBookie and MyBookie, man. I'm on there every day. A little too much maybe, not doing so hot lately, but you know, you go to mybookie.ag and double your first deposit using the promo code Pewter. You got point spreads, prop bets. You got college bowl season just kicked off. You got the NFL games, a ton of NFL games. You had 3 yesterday, full slate today. You got them coming up, full slate on Christmas Eve, a few games on Christmas. Ton of NFL games to bet on. College basketball, of course, in full swing. NBA and NHL as well. And if you want to go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code Pewter, and you can double your first deposit. And mybookie.ag, we thank them for being a partner here. I'm kind of a little bit wary of this point spread today. Bucs plus 3.5 against the Bengals. But I mean, we got JC coming back on. I want to know, JC, what do you think about this plus 3.5 point spread?
Well, if you saw my Pewter prediction, then I've got some faith in the Bucs to cover it. Yeah. So and some.
Right.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Definitely. You guys just talked about the offense, and with Dax Hill in line to make his first start, Brady's got 2 rookie cornerbacks to pick on.
Yeah.
Call me crazy, but I think this Bucs team could come out with a win, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But let's talk about the key matchups on defense, because on paper it doesn't look too good for the Bucs. The first one we'll talk about is Devin White and Joe Mixon. Mixon's been on a tear all season long since he came back from that concussion. He had a 4 or 5 touchdown game in the last couple of weeks. So it's going to be a big test for sure for Devin White. He's often known as a playmaker who can kind of be undisciplined at times. And quite frankly, he's had some difficulties tackling this year.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be on top of his game in both those areas if the Bucs are going to have a chance to win this matchup, and he's going to win his own personal matchup.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Devin White be Devin White in quite a few weeks now. You know, he had some issues earlier this season, kind of course corrected, played well against the Rams, played really well in Germany against the Seahawks. But, you know, kind of last few weeks, you haven't been seeing him make those splash plays. You haven't seen him all over the field like he normally is. Scott's going with Joe Mixon in this matchup. I'm inclined to agree with Scott. Joe Mixon, I think, is a guy who can do it on the ground, can do it through the air, is doing a really, really good job for the Bengals this season. Again, John mentioned it earlier. I mean, Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins are the guys that are going to make those plays, but don't discount Joe Mixon and his involvement in this game today. I think that's the key right there. Joe Mixon is going to be a big part of this game.
Oh, absolutely. And with the Bucs having no Vita Vea right there, I mean, as you mentioned, that's a huge loss for them. They should be able to really kind of pound up the middle and be able to really, control the game in many different ways. And Joe Mixon, not known for his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield necessarily, but he can be sneaky good at that too. And his backup and his who's going to spell him, Samaje Perine, he's a guy that can do it as well. So you got to watch out for both of those. And I'll say Devin White has his hands full in those matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll move on to this next matchup, and kind of a two-pronged matchup because Sean Murphy-Bunting is active. So we might see some of Sean Murphy-Bunting, might see some of Zion McCollum. We'll see how Zach Taylor wants to play it with Jamar Chase, but either McCollum or Murphy-Bunting going up against Jamar Chase is a huge mismatch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really think the Bucs should have Carlton Davis shadow Jamar Chase wherever he goes. It's not his game. He usually stays on the right side of the field in the entire game, but you can't put up a guy like even Sean Murphy-Bunting, who was a clear upgrade, albeit slightly, to D. Delaney and Zion McCollum. I just don't think you can trust either of those. Look for a lot of bracketed coverage with Logan Ryan over the top. It's going to be interesting, really, to see how Todd Bowles dials up to play. I mean, you look in the past, Carlton Davis, when lined up against top-tier wide receivers, has shut down some of the best.
Yeah.
Julio Jones in his prime. Michael Thomas, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams twice in one season.
Yeah.
So
he Lamb earlier this year, I think.
Exactly. So he's been able to lock down guys. I think the smart move would be have him kind of follow him a little bit. Wherever he goes, that's where Carlton Davis is going to go as well. But if it's going to be Zion McCollum, bracket, Logan Ryan over the top, you gotta have a second line of defense there ready.
As much help as possible, because if you don't give any help in that matchup, you might see something similar to what you saw when the Bucs played the Chiefs in 2020 when Tyreek Hill, I think he had 200 yards by halftime. Like, it was one of those performances.
Oh, yeah.
Jamar Chase certainly capable of doing that. And so it would be interesting. I mean, last year set a rookie record. He had 266 receiving yards against the Chiefs. I mean, just a dynamite player, fantastic player. It's going to be tough for the Bucs no matter how you slice it. And it's interesting. You mentioned that's not really Carlton Davis's game, is moving around. But I think asking Carlton Davis not to play his game, like asking him to do that and move around, is much better than the alternative of relying on Sean Murphy-Bunting or Zion McCollum.
Right, I absolutely agree, because if not, Carlton Davis is going to be lined up against T. Higgins most of the game.
Yeah.
And T. Higgins is a great player in his own right. He's fast. He's got good speed. But he's dealing with an injury as well, too, and he's not 100%. But I really think that matchup is one of those where I think Higgins' speed can exploit some of Carlton Davis's weaknesses there. So Scott has this as a clear advantage for Higgins. But I think with the safeties back, with Antoine Winfield Jr. back, with Mike Edwards back, with Sean Murphy-Bunting back, we might see some tweaks to these matchups here. But if Carlton Davis is going to predominantly have T. Higgins, it's going to be a tough day for him, I think, with dealing with that speed.
It's almost like it feels like it's a pick your poison type of game. I mean, the Bengals have so many weapons. Joe Burrow knows how to get the ball to those weapons. It's going to be a difficult day for the Bucs defense if they can't dial in and really kind of throw some different looks at the Bengals and see what they can do, because like we mentioned earlier, I mean, those guys missing, especially Vita Vea up front, those pass rushers off the outside, you're going to have to get creative with how you're going to slow down this offense, or if you can even contain the offense rather than shut it down completely.
Right, because the next matchup is probably going to be tweaked right here. This is one of these that are D. Delaney versus Tyler Boyd. That's going to be Antoine Winfield Jr., man in the slot right there. But Tyler Boyd has had an up-and-down season. He's made standout plays as well. He was one of their top guys, really one of the top guys when A.J. Green was there. He took the mantle from A.J. Green. T. Higgins kind of took it from Boyd, and now Jamar Chase is taking it from all of them.
Yeah.
But he's still a player that's dangerous in his own right. And with the matchup now changing from D. Delaney to Antoine Winfield Jr., no longer is this an advantage for the Cincinnati Bengals. Antoine Winfield Jr. has been playing some of the best ball all season at that position as a safety, and I really think he'll get the better of that matchup. if it's them matched up together, because the Bengals do some exotic looks with the multiple guys in that slot position.
Yeah, and I will say with Antoine Winfield Jr. back, it makes me feel a little bit better, actually a lot better about the Bucs defense. But I will say that kind of want to see how he does on that ankle, see what he's doing and how he's doing and how he's faring coming back from that ankle injury. Don't know if he's 100%, but obviously good enough to go today. It would be a huge plus if the Bucs can get full-on Antoine Winfield Jr. because I'll go ahead, if we're doing that matchup, I'll go ahead and give that one a push just until I see exactly how he's dealing with that ankle injury.
Right, yeah. I mean, you got to see how he's going to react. Same thing with Mike Edwards, who's going to be back as well, who will be part of that mix because he plays multiple different roles for this team. How is his hamstring? It's a wait and see, so a push I can see. But I just think Antoine Winfield Jr., even when he came back from the concussion, playing at a Pro Bowl level, is going to continue to play at that Pro Bowl level when he comes back. The last matchup we have here is Raheem Nunez Rocha's Nacho versus an old familiar friend.
Yeah.
Alex Kappa at left guard.
Yeah.
Who's performed that they've really kind of this offense line after struggling. I mean, they replaced everybody. They replaced the center, they replaced the right tackle, they replaced the left guard. They did a major overhaul to this offensive line. They really started to gel and connect as of recent. And it's going to be interesting to see if Nacho, who's been better as a rotational player, got his first sacks this season as a Buck, if he's going to be able to give Alex Kappa problems. Remember, these guys went up against each other in practice all for the last 3 years at least, so they know each other's tendencies. This is going to be one of those matchups that I think is going to be more of a push, and that's how Scott sees it too. How do you see it?
I kind of see the same thing. It's an interesting one because they are so familiar with each other. Obviously, Alex Kappa he's starting his career with the Bucs, being part of that, the last couple of years. And I think it's an interesting one because, like you mentioned, Nacho has been better in a rotational role, but at the same time, he has, 2 sacks. His first 2 sacks as a Buck, and he's really done a great job as a pass rusher, stopping the run. But it will be interesting to see how he's going to handle a full-time role with Vita Vea out. I'm gonna probably go with the push as well. Might want to give a slight edge to Alex Kappa, but I do like Nacho. I like the fire that he brings up there up front.
And with Akeem Hicks back too as well. I mean, it's not like he's on an island by himself. Right. He's going to have a big monster of a mountain of a man in Akeem Hicks. Yeah. Who's all 6'6", 330 pounds.
Man,
so, I mean, he's going to have some help there as well. Joe Tryon-Shrink is back. How effective he'll be remains to be seen. But he'll at least have, support around him. He's not going to have to handle the whole load. And Akeem Hicks still takes on a double team by himself. So it's one of those matchups where I think that they're going to be fine. I don't necessarily see it as a handicap to them. But, I mean, that's not the only matchup that's going to be difficult. Like I said, La'el Collins, and this is not listed on here, but La'el Collins has kind of turned it around too. Then Joe Tryon-Shrink coming out that injury. We don't have that one listed here, but I'm curious on your thoughts. How do you think Joe Tryon-Shrink is going to fare in this matchup against La'el Collins?
I'm curious to see how he's dealing with it because a hip injury is a big thing for him. Obviously, going to have to get that bend and get around La'el Collins. La'el Collins has been playing really well. I think this is a matchup that favors Collins, especially with kind of the up and down nature of what we've seen out of Joe Tryon-Shrink. I think he's been better this season. I think he isn't quite all the way there yet. Still developing, still becoming the guy the Bucs need him to be. It's a tough role for him to be in. With Shaq Barrett going out, I mean, they're asking a lot of him to kind of step up and be that number one. When I think in this stage of his career, he's more of a number two. And, asking him to be the number one. And then today, I mean, you go into the game, you're without Carl Nassib, who's been playing really well. You're without Jannard Avery as a rotational depth guy. So it's really just coming down to JTS and Anthony Nelson. You're asking a lot of him, and it's a tough matchup for him.
Right, especially with all of their backups pretty much. Carl Nassib is out, and so is Jannard Avery. They didn't bring up Charles Snowden or anybody, so they're pretty much going wire to wire. We might see some looks there with J.J. Russell or with Devin White playing that outside linebacker spot. It's really going to be interesting how they manage those guys' reps, because if not, you've only got 2 guys. They're going to have to go wire to wire. But with that being said, it's that time to start making our Pewter predictions. Bailey, let's get yours going on here. I know you probably don't have as much confidence as I do, but what's your prediction for this game today?
I don't think anyone has as much confidence in this team right now as you do. I think you're on an island out there by yourself. But, hey, you have the potential to look like a genius here. You could look really good coming out of today. Or you don't have much to lose. If the Bucs lose, it is what it is. I think that's what everybody expects. So you're taking the leap of faith there, going with the Bengals. But before we get to going with the Bucs, before we get to your prediction, I am going with the Bengals. I just don't think the Bucs have enough offensively right now to keep up with the Bengals. And I think it's just one of those things where earlier in the season I kept thinking, all right, this offense has too much talent. They'll figure it out eventually. They'll get there eventually. Something's going to click, and it hasn't. I mean, I was thinking that around week 9, week 10, sure, something's going to happen later in the season. They'll catch fire. They haven't yet. They still can, but it's week 15. It's getting late in this season, and I don't see it happening right now for the Bucs, especially not in this matchup against the Bengals. I think they fall to 6-8 ahead of Christmas with a 28-16 loss, going 28-16 Bengals.
No early Christmas present from you for them.
No.
Listen, one thing is, I think I've watched Tom Brady his entire career, and I did the mistake of counting him out against the Saints 2 weeks ago. I'm not going to make that mistake again, all right? I just can't. He's not out there. It's not like he's out there showing his age. If he was showing his age, you just go to Age Rejuvenation and feel better.
Why not?
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The Pulse Wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
And we want to thank our sponsors at Age Rejuvenation for being one of our main sponsors here at the Pewter Tailgate Show. It's that time again. John's back with me. We're going to go to our Pewter predictions before we kick it over to Matt Matera and Josh Capo with the leading up to the Pewter Game Day. John, we didn't get a chance to do this yesterday together. I'm still going to make you go first, though. What's your prediction?
Look, I would have kept it on the underside of things if the injuries to the Bengals held up at the wide receiver position.
Right.
But with T. Higgins healthy, Tyler Boyd healthy, Jamar Chase healthy as can be, man, I just think this is a lot for the Bucs today. I really do. Just the way that things have been clicking for us. I'm not going to draw this one out, JC. 24-20. I'm hoping we can put up 20 points. We haven't been able to do it so much so far this season. Actually, you know what? I'm a backtrack, man.
Oh, who's backtracking?
I'm going 24-13.
He took the touchdown away from him. No, he took the touchdown away from him.
It, JC. It is what it is, bro.
I was confident. I went in my Pewter predictions and I said 27-23. I think 27-23. I think was what I said. And
I thought it's too much.
It is too much with T. Higgins in them back. But if the Bucs have scored 22 points this season in every game, they'd be sitting pretty right now. I think they'd be at 10-4 right now, by memory.
That's the stat. Yep.
So 10-4. They're in the the Eagles are. I don't know what their last I checked. They were barely holding on. Yep. 17-13 right now. But Jalen Hurts is doing his thing as always. But the Minnesota Vikings, they came back, but there would be an opportunity for them to at least try to maybe make a push for that 1 seed with the rest of the season wrapping up. That's not happening. But I still think the Bucs scored more than 22 points. I got a 23
in this game.
Yes,
today.
Yeah, I do. I think that with Cambridge Taylor and Dax Hill, Brady will find a way to exploit those cornerbacks and get some points on the board. Maybe he goes in a hurry up more often. Maybe Byron gets his head out of his Alec for once this season. But I think they find a way to win. And I think they find a way to win to 23-20. That's what I got going on. 23-20, Bucs win. I have some hope here. Early Christmas present. No Kyler Murray next week. I just got distracted. No Kyler Murray next week. So, that's another potential win. I don't know.
Hope is not a strategy.
I've got hope, all right? I've got hope. I don't know what to tell you.
Strategically, that doesn't work. Hope
it doesn't work.
24-13, Bengals. And look, man, it's just they got the firepower. We don't. Now, I will say this. I do think Tom Brady is going to have time to distribute the ball. Yeah. I don't see him under duress, even with the injury to Tristan Wirfs. I think he's going to have the ability to distribute the football, so anything can happen. But historically, man, this season, man.
I think it's more the defense. Can they slow down Joe Cool? They can slow down Joe Burrow. Then I think the Bucs can do enough because with the Both cornerbacks out. Trey Hendrickson out. I just see a way for them to move points consistently. I don't know.
24-13, one of the worst red zone offenses in the league this
Whatever,
year.
we're out of here.
Going up against one of the best.
We're gonna kick it over to Matt, but I want to say thanks to all of you guys for joining us here live at Walk-Ons Midtown. We're gonna continue the show, keep it rolling with this week's Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. We're gonna kick it over to Pewter Report's own Matt Matera and Josh Capo, and they'll bring you guys all the way up until Pewter GameDay at 4:25. For Bailey Adams, for John Gilmore, for myself, JC Allen. Hope. We're out of here. Take it on the other side, Maddie. Peace out.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Pewter Report Tailgate Show. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Pewter Report's own Josh Capo will be joining me in just a little bit, where we will continue to preview this game of the 6-7 Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Cincinnati Bengals. Both teams are fighting to stay atop of their respective divisions. Obviously, the Bucs in first place, somehow, some way in first place in the NFC South, but these two teams could not be on more of a separate end of the spectrum. The Bengals have won 5 games in a row. We'll talk a lot more about that, what's been working for them. The Bucs obviously are coming off a debacle of a 35-7 loss against the 49ers over in San Fran in Tom Brady's homecoming return back to the San Francisco area, the Bay Area, where he grew up. Was a huge Joe Montana fan, was a big Niners fan, went to a lot of their games, and then honestly just crapped the bed. There's no other way to really talk about it. But, you know, as all the players have said, they've moved on. It's easier to get over a huge loss like that when you get crushed and you didn't even have a chance of winning that game. And as I say that, as we turn the page to Bucs versus Bengals, Josh Capo has now joined the show. Josh, how you doing, my man? Are you ready for another Bucs game where literally anything can happen?
Oh, I very much am. How about you, bud?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be an entertaining game regardless, whether it's good or it's bad. When the Bucs play bad, it's like, you know, drastic. You know, it gets catastrophic. Or they go in the same routine of, all right, we're going to score, probably kick a field goal early, play disastrous until the fourth quarter, let the defense keep them in the game, and then Tom Brady goes no huddle and has a masterful ending, a magic moment, which Tom Brady has had so many in his career. So, as we look at Bucs versus Bengals, we all think Tom Brady, Joe Burrow, obviously 2 exciting matchups. The first time that they will face against each other, not that they're both on the field at the same time.
Right.
But outside of that, what is the big matchup that you personally either are going to be paying attention to the most, or just something that excites you looking at this matchup?
I think for me, it's going to come down to the Bucs' ability to pressure. So their defensive line against the Bengals' offensive line. Yeah, at the beginning of the year, the Bengals' offensive line, despite their efforts to try and shore it up from the historically bad performance they had last year, yeah, they went out, they signed former Buck Alex Kappa, they signed Lyle Collins, they signed Karras. They really made an effort to improve that so Joe Burrow wasn't running for his life. And early in the season, it didn't really work very well. He was pressured on 40% of his dropbacks, I want to say, in week 2, week 5. There were some weeks where it was 30%, but these last 3 or 4 weeks, that unit's really gelled. And Burrow's getting a lot of time in the pocket, and it's no coincidence that as that offensive line has gone, they are now the hottest team in football. And you have, unfortunately, the Bucs facing a ton of injuries along their defensive line. They don't have a ton of depth there, and they've been struggling to get home with 4. And that does not bode well for the Bucs defense's chances of keeping the Bengals offense in check.
Oh, without question. It's already a tough matchup going into it. And then, you put in the fact that the Bengals won some of these games without their best wide receiver, Jamar Chase. So, he came back 2 weeks ago. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat at all. And then we find out that Tyler Boyd and their other very, very talented wide receiver, T. Higgins, they're all playing in this game. So, the Bucs don't even catch a break with that type of matchup. There is good news on the defensive side with the fact that Antoine Winfield Jr. is playing this game. They're pretty much getting everyone in the secondary back. Antoine Winfield Jr. is back. Sean Murphy-Bunting is going to play that other outside corner opposite of Carlton Davis, with obviously Jamel Dean not available. And Mike Edwards will be back at safety as well. And I truly only think the Bucs stay in this game if the defense is the one to keep them in the game. I just don't see how the Bucs are going to consistently score points, because they haven't done it in a very long time. But you hit the nail on the head when you were talking about the Bucs' inability to generate pressure with just a 4-man front or having 4 guys line up on the line of scrimmage. Really, they've been the most successful when Devin White, the inside linebacker, has done those delayed blitz. But I just feel like Joe Burrow is going to sniff that out like ASAP. He's not going to let Devin White beat them. He's going to take advantage of Devin's, over pursuit. But what really concerns me, going back to that pass rush, trying to get after Joe Burrow, and Todd Bowles said it too, at outside linebacker, they are absolutely razor thin at the position. No Carl Nassib this week, and I think you can make the case that Carl Nassib over the last 2 weeks has been the best pass rusher for the Bucs. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was a game day decision. He is going to play, but he's dealing with the hip injury, and he hasn't really been effective when he's been fully healthy. So I don't necessarily expect him to be even better now because he's more injured. Like, that obviously doesn't make sense. Anthony Nelson was solid last game, had an interception taken away from him. No Jannard Avery, who was a situational pass rusher. They did not call up their practice squad guy, Snowden, who they just signed this week. So I don't know. I think it's really dicey to just bank on Anthony Nelson and an already hobbled Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. And, of course, Vita Vea isn't playing. So I don't know how they're going to get to Joe Burrow.
Well, you've got to think that they're going to use Logan Hall on the edge, at least a good bit. And that's got to be where they see the depth coming from, unless they think JTS and sorry, my kids are slamming doors everywhere.
No worries. That's what the Bucs defense is going to try to do. The Bengals slam the door shut on them.
What a reference. That is amazing, man.
Thank you.
So I figure you're going to have Logan Hall playing some snaps on the outside, because I don't think they're going to go wire to wire with Anthony Nelson, and especially with JTS. So you got to figure that's going to happen, which means you're going to see a lot of Akeem Hicks, and you hope that his health holds up on the inside. And it would be great if this is kind of like the game that Hicks goes vintage Hicks. You're going to see a lot of Nacho up front, and you got to hope that Will Golston still has a little bit left in the tank. The Bucs are, in the off season, everybody was very, very, and ourselves included here at Pewter Report. Let's not try and make a revisionist history. So excited about all the roster moves the team has made, but as we get deeper into the season, you're noticing that the Bucs are having to rely more and more on players with health issues and players who are well beyond 30. And it's definitely created quite a schism in the effectiveness of the team. And it will be interesting to watch. So to the effectiveness of JTS, I've been on record as saying this. The Bucs are relying on him to be a number 1 edge rusher right now. He was in a draft class that was widely considered fairly scarce in terms of premium talent. And he has played fairly well over the last couple of seasons when you compare him to the other edge rushers taken after him. And I think that he's actually playing at the level of a solid to a high-end number 2. But he's not a number 1. Maybe he gets there in a couple years. I doubt it. I think he's always going to be a high end too, a guy who plays with a good motor. He's got solid athletic skills. He's going to get a decent amount of pressures, but he's not a number 1, at least at this point in his career. So the expectations that come with that first round draft pick status, and especially with Shaq Barrett being out, I think that sets him up for people to think he's a bust, like the comment you just posted not a couple moments ago. But overall this season, he has taken a step forward from his rookie year after going a season completely away from football. And I think that his development for where he was taken and the circumstances around where he was taken has actually been really solid. It's unfortunate that right now the pressure is on him to be, a clear-cut number one edge, and he's not living up to that, nor do I think it's fair for people to put him in that situation.
It's funny you mentioned the age thing, because that was like one of the big stories going into the season. Oh, the Bucs are one of the oldest teams, and I was kind of always like, well, Tom Brady's age really skews the numbers a lot because he's the oldest player in the NFL. And then you see, Julio Jones, who isn't playing today. The age is catching up with him in terms. He's clearly not Julio in his prime, but he gets injured a lot. And I think the age has something to do with that. Even the younger guys are getting hurt with Antoine Winfield Jr., Mike Edwards considered on the younger side. Again, they're both playing today, but then that forces the older guys to come in and be the guys who are going to factor on that side of the ball. And then you see Logan Ryan get hurt, and he was out for a while and just comes back. Even on the other side of the ball, Kyle Rudolph was a veteran signing. Has been very, very ineffective. Like, there's no other way to say it. He's inactive a majority of the time, and those veteran signings haven't really worked. I mean, Akeem Hicks got hurt a little bit, so the age really did start catching up to the Bucs. I want to get to some chats here. Appreciate everyone watching and listening to this show right now, as the Jets just allowed a huge play up the field. They just got the lead, and now they just friggin' lost the lead, but they'll have a chance to come back. I want to get to Shaggy's comment there. He has a really important question, Josh. He wants to know, what day is it?
You know what? I will defer to you because you say it oh so well.
It's game day, baby. Bucs going to stay atop of first place in the division? Probably not. I don't think so. But still get hyped for the game. You never know what can happen. Obviously, a lot of time to factor for the Bucs to go in there and win the game. Shaggy with another one. Over under 3 and outs, 5. Donovan Smith penalties, 2.5. I'll start with the Donovan Smith part of it. I think Donovan's going to have a better game. I know it's been rough for him. It's really been highlighted, especially when they're not just penalties, they're touchdowns that are being taken off the board because of his penalties. Not the easiest matchup, a little bit easier with Trey Hendrickson not available. But still, I don't know. I expect a bounce back game. So I'm going to say under 2.5 penalties. He'll probably get 1, but I'm going to stay under there. Over, under 5 3 and outs. I think it's going to be a push. I think they're going to get 5 right on the number. What do you say?
Right. Over on the 3 and outs. Zero faith in the play calling, allowing for that to happen. And I'll take the under on Donovan Smith penalties at 2.5. If you would have put it at 1.5, it would have been a little bit harder for me to really discern. But you got to keep in mind, 13 games. He missed 2, I think it was. He's missed 2 this year. So he's played in 11, and he has 11 penalties. So he's averaging 1 a game, right? Mm-hmm. So if he goes over that, that's a really bad game. I do think that the matchup, he's going to be up against Osai, I think, most of this game. And I do think that bodes a little bit better for Smith. I think he can handle that skill set a little bit better than the power profile of Hendrickson. So I think that's one of the few things going in the Bucs' favor this week is with Hendrickson being out, that I think the tackle, and amazingly, Tristan Wirfs is playing, correct? Did I see that right?
No, he's not playing. He's inactive. Right. There was hope that he could play. But you know what? I wasn't expecting him to play, even after talking to him this week. And he said it was he spoke to other reporters too about he's feeling good, but it was a surprise when Todd Bowles automatically was like, I doubt that he's going to play. But the fact that he practiced this week, I think, is really important. He's definitely much closer to playing than he was in recent weeks. So it would not shock me if he's able to go next week, which would be obviously super important for them. Alan Mahin here with the comment, Panthers and Falcons both lost. So I did see final score. Saints beat the Falcons 21-18. I know the Panthers were down by 2 scores to the Steelers. I don't know if that's official, but it looked like they were going to hold on and win the game, which is huge for the Bucs because they can really separate themselves right now against the rest of the division. And it's so funny to think that if the Bucs can somehow pull this off, and somehow it'd be a lot easier to beat the Cardinals on Christmas. But if they win the next two, they could potentially be going into 2 games at the end of the season where they can rest their starters because they already clinched the division, even with like being 1 game over 500. But it is funny, you sometimes you luck out with the division you play in, and the Bucs are very lucky this season. There's no question about it.
Yeah, the Panthers game has gone finals. Pittsburgh held on to win 24-16. And I do believe that means no matter the outcome of this particular game, in terms of the Bucs versus the Bengals, they will still be the NFC South leaders at the end of Week 15.
It's truly unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. I just remember the years that the NFC East was referred to as the NFC least, and we got to figure out some way to create a South pun that shows just how terrible this division is. So rest easy, Bucs fans. You can breathe a little bit less anxiety for the next 3 hours, because with the outcomes of those 2 games at the 1 o'clock slate, the Bucs will definitely be the division leaders at the end of this week. So it's absolutely amazing. Turning back to the game, we'll talk a little bit about the offense since we just talked about the over-unders. You've got to think that after 13 games, at what point does this coaching staff try something or anything new rather than continuing to rest on, we're so close, we just have to keep staying the course? And does it happen this week? Do you think it'll happen this week?
No, I don't. And like Byron Leftwich's press conference now are just, they're almost mind numbing. Like we're just banging our heads against the wall now. It's the same thing every single week, to the point, like you see it with other reporters and even national reporters too, like Sarah Walsh. Like she tried to ask him, what specifically do you like about this offense, or what has to change? And he's still like, we just got to score more points than the other team. That's what I was saying the other day. It's like Byron Leftwich would look at a game where the Bucs won 9-7, didn't even score a touchdown, but kicked 3 field goals and defense played great. And he'd be like, we had an awesome showing on offense today. We scored more points than the other team by driving down the field close enough to kick 3 field goals. Like that's in Byron Leftwich's head. That is a successful outing there. So you look at the creativity of the Bucs offense. There was a couple of weeks ago, they ran a sweep with Julio Jones. And I was like, wow, that's something a little bit different. But they don't even pull their offensive linemen anymore. Like, it's just the same fronts every single time. And that's why the defenses are picking up on screens that they're going to take to the house. Screens are supposed to be an element of surprise. And there's not that surprise anymore because they run at least one on every single drive. So the 2 real crazy, chaotic differences were the sweep to Julio Jones, and then they went way off the reservation and tried that stupid trick play with Leonard Fournette throwing to Tom Brady. You don't need to get that creative. We're just asking for a little creativity. And even that was predictable because they had that same formation like 5 to 10 plays earlier. So it's just, to answer your question, no, I don't think there's going to be a difference in the creativity or game plan or sequencing or whatever the hell you want to call it. There's not going to be that difference this week. It's ignorance and it's stubborn, just like watching Zach Wilson play quarterback.
Well, I will be the optimist among the 2 of us and say that I definitely think, I'm very optimistic that it will stay the same as well.
You had me there for a second. You had me on the ropes.
There's literally, like you said, there's zero evidence that they want to change anything up. Run on first because we got to keep our defense fresh, which makes no sense because all you're doing is going 3 and out. And I saw something on Twitter. I thought it was a really great idea in terms of too many people in the NFL, when they talk about keeping the defense fresh, they talk about game clock. What are we seeing, Matt? What are we seeing?
Oh, my God. No, what are you doing? Stop running backwards. Time out. The Jets had like 4th and 18 Zach Wilson scrambling all over the place.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Jumps
seeing
up.
it now.
He makes the catch, but then he starts like running backwards. They got to give him a second left. They got to give him a second left to tie the game up. I know this doesn't mean much to Bucs fans, but this is a crazy ending to the game. They gave him the timeout, all right. And they got Legatron. Legatron is their kicker. So,
you mean a lot to Bucs fans.
Yeah.
And they know how much you enjoy the Jets. So
Hey,
this
listen,
means a lot to them.
I bring that same energy for the Bucs. When
You do.
scored that game-winning touchdown, I was going just as nuts forever.
Absolutely. You have some of the greatest calls ever.
Thank you.
I go back. I love going back and watching some of the end of game theatrics that you bring to this podcast, man.
I appreciate it, man. And you know what? If you're watching two teams that you're not a fan of, you can enhance the viewing purposes of watching them by going to Underdog Fantasy. Should I talk about Underdog Fantasy? Should I watch Greg Zuerlein kick this 58-yarder to try to send the Jets into overtime? He's about to kick it, so I'm going to do that.
Yeah, let's do the Zuerlein.
All right, the kick is up. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close. It was like horrifically wide left. The Jets lose. They lost 3 in a row because they couldn't score points because Zach Wilson was their starting quarterback this week. I am furious right now, but I'm going to keep it going because you know what? I can win some money too, and that's by going to Underdog Fantasy, as I was just telling you guys. Is the easiest way to get in on the action. That's with Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em game, or you can do their rival game too. Like if you hate the other team's guts, like when the Bucs play against the Saints or when they go up against the Falcons and the Panthers in the new year, and you think, the Bucs are going to do so much better than those other teams, and you can pick one of your guys in the rivalry games. That's always a lot of fun. Or if you hate your own team and you think they're not going to do well, you can bet over or under against them. You just pick an over or under on your favorite or least favorite player stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. You pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em slip. Get every pick right and take home some cold, hard cash. Use the promo code Pewter, that's P-E-W-T-E-R. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. Once again, double your first deposit with the promo code Pewter, P-E-W-T-E-R, with Underdog Fantasy. And I have a couple picks for the Bucs game today, Josh. I don't know if you made some as well, and we do want to talk about the Bucs offense, but I feel like this is a nice.
That's a great segue.
Yeah,
I've got my picks while you're getting your ready.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Like, all right. So on the Cincinnati side, I'm going to take the over on Jamar Chase, half a touchdown. That feels like a good one there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go lower than 1.5 field goals made by Ryan Suckup. And I'm taking higher on Chris Godwin, 6.5 receptions. Now, those 6.5 receptions may total 32 yards, but I do think that he's going to catch them.
Right. Well, you're guaranteed, what, at least 2 or 3 idiotic screens that go nowhere?
Yeah. The amount of cynicism that we've developed for this team this year is off the Richter scale.
Well, I mean, what do you want us to do?
I get it, man.
Adam Schefter had the tweet earlier today. He was like, this is the lowest amount of points per game Tom Brady has had in his career. And it's 17.5 points. You know what the funniest thing, though? He said that's the lowest for the Bucs since, I forgot what year it was, but they were like where the starting quarterbacks were in no particular order. Oh, Josh Freeman, Byron Leftwich, and Josh Johnson. So Byron Leftwich is partially responsible for the last 2 shortest amounts of points per game for the Bucs in the last 20 years.
Screwing the team on the front end and the back end.
Yeah. Incredible.
What have you got for your underdog?
Yeah, so I'm going short with this one because each week I'm like, I'm just going to keep it simple. And then I hear like 1 or 2 extra ones where I'm like, I like that. Let's go with it. So I'm just going with 2 this time. One is Joe Burrow, Joe Cool. Everyone loves him. Higher than 292.5 passing yards. Again, I think they're going to try to benefit on the fact that Sean Murphy-Bunting is going to be in at corner, and they're going to put Jamar Chase on that side, as you talked about. So I think Joe Cool gets it done with a lot of passing yards. You have to take one on each side. So the one for the Bucs I'm taking, and part of this is because the Bengals have one of their top corners out, and is it Cam Britt-Taylor or Cam Taylor-Britt? I'm getting that mixed up right now.
I think it's Taylor-Britt.
Yeah. So Cam Taylor-Britt, he's making the start, young player. One of these days, Tom Brady and Mike Evans are going to have to connect. And, Mike is due for a monster game. I don't know if he's necessarily going to have a monster game, but I have him going higher than 4.5 receptions. I think you got to get him the ball, attack the outside, take advantage of going up against Eli Apple and Taylor-Britt and those players. Sooner or later, Mike Evans has to be the focal point of the offense again, and I think this would be a great week to get it started. So those are my picks on Underdog Fantasy. Feel free to ride with us or, tail those picks or fade them too. If you think, hey, Matt, I think you are egregiously wrong with what's going to happen as the, Chiefs-Texans, anyone watching that game's going pretty crazy too. Those are my picks for Underdog Fantasy.
Gotcha. I like them. The Cam Taylor-Britt note, I think, is a really good one. I had a draft profile on him. I figure let's just go ahead and add that there. It'll be interesting to see him up against, say, Mike Evans, because the things that I noticed with him coming out of Nebraska at 6 foot, 197 pounds was he's a very physical corner. He loves to mix it up and really try and impose. And obviously Mike Evans, that's kind of his game as well. So the two of them going head to head, it'll be an interesting matchup there. So kind of getting back to the Bucs offense a little bit, I don't even know what to say, man. I know I don't want to be repetitive, but at this point, it's like, I think the run game's going to improve. No, it's not. As talented as Rashad White is. Yeah. The definition of insanity. They keep doing the same things over and over and over again, and they're just expecting different results. And you can't at this point. And the fact that they're still going to be in first place, it just blows my mind.
If you were the offensive coordinator, how would you go about attacking the Bengals with the Bucs offense against the Bengals defense?
Yeah, so I want to pick up some quick wins early, right? I want to get Brady into I want to get him into a groove, right? So you do some quick hitters, some spacing, some curls, some comebacks, and you do them early in the, on first down, second down, things like that. You set yourself up for 2nd and 4. 2nd and 4, all right, let's run the ball. And 2nd and 4, you're going to be a little bit more effective running the ball because now you have the 2-way option or 3-way option, if you will, a quick hitting pass play for a first down, a deep, you can try a deep shot because that still sets you up for 3rd and 4, which isn't as terrible. Right. Or you can run the ball. And that's a great opportunity to run the ball because if you pick up 3 yards on 2nd and 4, 3rd and 1's not a horrible place to be. Right. So that's what I'm looking to do. Some spacing concepts, some curls, some things like that. Quick hitters ahead of the line of scrimmage, not behind it, as you've so beautifully detailed the screen game.
Thank you.
And you get Brady into a rhythm. And then from there, you open up things like play action. I know Brady's not really a guy to roll out on a naked boot, and you really don't want him to. Especially with Josh Wells at right.
You're just asking for a disaster.
Yeah, but you get some play action going from there, and that's where you can incorporate the deep game. So it's kind of simplistic, but I think that it's the umbrella concept that you want to run from. But I guarantee you, there will be all caps and lots of exclamation points when that very first play is a first down run, and that's coming from my Twitter account, by the way.
Yeah, I think
I will be all over it.
I think it was last week's game day. Yeah, so I might need you to text me occasionally while I'm on the live stream, which, again, a reminder to everyone, when we're done with the Tailgate Show, we're not done with our Bucs coverage on our YouTube channel. Please subscribe to Pewter Report TV. But when kickoff happens in about 10 minutes from now, it'll be myself and our intern, Adam, joining me for the Pewter GameDay show. We're going to give our live reactions and analysis to everything that's going on. And again, the Bucs game was so bad last week. We still had a ton of fun. We started, doing bets on if the Bucs go 3 and out, how many times they're going to run it up the middle. So I think we're going to continue that tally of how many times they run it up the middle on first down. So I might need you, if I lose track of it, I might need you to give me an update here and there. Which
absolutely.
So we're gonna have fun no matter what. So stay tuned for that at 4:25 coming up in 10 minutes from now. And I don't want to keep bringing this back to Byron Leftwich, but he's obviously the most
starts.
He's exactly that's where it starts. That's where it ends. He's the most irritating person in the Bucs offense right now. Whether you're a player or a coach, it's just irritating. And he kept saying we got to do better on third downs. And to your point, how about you just avoid the third downs?
Stay out of them.
Yeah. Well, and that's where it really hurts, because last year and the year before, it was all about the chunk plays, down the field. People were leaving, saying goodbye. The chunk plays down the field, they got a ton of that in droves in 2020 and last season as well. You're just not seeing it this year. And whether it's Brady doesn't trust the offensive line, whether it's just the bad play calling, whether it's you're getting into those 3rd and long situations so the defense knows to prepare for certain routes or whatever it is, you're just not getting the chunk plays. And you know what? You're more likely to get the chunk plays on 1st and 2nd down when you have everything at your disposal, whether you want to go play action, whether you've been throwing it a lot and then you decide to mix in a run and they're, not involved in it. The Chiefs just won an overtime game. I didn't see a ton of this game, but the Chiefs love to throw it, and they just got a turnover in overtime, and they ran it, and they ran for like 30 yards down the field for a touchdown in a walk-off. The Chiefs can do that because you have to game plan for the pass, so then you can't bring everyone up front. The Bucs just don't do that. And again, I just don't see it changing today.
Yeah, the most efficient offenses in the NFL are the ones that stay out of third down. They're the ones that convert on 1st and 2nd down and get a new set of downs more often than anybody else. And it's a who's who passes first. Kansas City, Buffalo. The one that I think is the two that I think are really can be eye-opening to anybody who's a little skeptical of this information. Now, Baltimore's offense has stalled since Lamar Jackson's gone out, but you go back to when Lamar was in, it was still one of the most efficient offenses in the NFL. And then the Eagles, obviously, are one of the most efficient offenses in the NFL. Those are two teams that are known for some pretty elite running attacks, right? They're two of those teams that pass the most on first down. They're top 5 to 10. All right. So even the teams that love to establish and bring a strong running game, they understand the concept of we typically get more yards from passing the ball. Let's do that on first down and then set ourselves up for easier runs just in case they don't work out as well. But they'll get a bigger percentage of the yards we need to get them. And the Bucs continue to be in neutral.
Sorry, I saw it. I had to put it up. Brian with the comment, has Pewter Report gave JC Allen a drug test yet? I believe what Brian is alluding to was JC's pick in the Pewter preview and predictions.
He took the Bucs.
He has the Bucs winning.
Oh, man. Can you imagine how much he's going to own all of us if the Bucs win, though?
Hey, I mean,
goodness. He'll be insufferable.
Listen, I mean, all the credit to him. Any given Sunday, we've seen upsets this year. The Bucs have been the team that everyone gets the upset on before we realize that, they're actually just not that good.
Houston just played Dallas and Kansas City close in back-to-back weeks.
Exactly. And just because they're fresh on the mind, a huge upset last season, the Jets beat the Bengals when the Bengals were the road team. So Bengals are a little susceptible to, being upset on the road. Obviously a way better offensive line and Joe Burrow in another season. So not exactly the craziest thing there,
right.
But it's definitely something that could happen. Christopher says Dallas lost. That's good. People don't like the Cowboys. And then Christopher with another comment, literally laughing at the fact that a Tom Brady led team will win. I know it's funny just thinking that, Brady usually is the great equalizer for anything, but hasn't really been that guy this year. It just hasn't totally been the case. We got about 5 minutes until kickoff. So let's hear from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
It was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. John Gilmore, Scott Reynolds aren't just spokesmen. They are clients as well. They speak very, very highly of this product, Age Rejuvenation. Helps with testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, stem cell. Can make you just feel way better about yourself. I know Scott has lost some weight. He's feeling younger. So a lot of great things. Check out agerejuvenation.com. And like I said, or like we say, look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. I think Byron Leftwich could definitely use this. He said he's a scoring guy, but he doesn't score a lot. So he should be using Age Rejuvenation.
Oh, man. I hope somebody clips that. I really do. If they don't, I will. We've got to use that another time. All right. So a couple minutes left before we get to our picks. I guess I do want to say something about Byron Leftwich, and I tweeted about this a couple weeks ago. The infuriating thing, as you mentioned, is not just the fact that the offense isn't successful this year and that he doesn't seem to want to change anything to make it more successful or to make things easier on some of the players. And you really alluded to it. It's how he handles his press conferences. And the thing that just drives me up a wall is obviously, much like in baseball in the early 2000s, there has been a wave of analytics that has entered the game. Okay. Some people don't like analytics. Some people love analytics. The fact is that it's here to stay. There are more and more teams developing bigger and bigger analytics departments to help them make decisions when it comes to fourth down decisions, go for 2-point conversion decisions, but also things like how to help play callers scheme better offenses, right? And I apologize. My dog may go crazy here in the next second. Somebody knocked at my door. I'm trying to.
We're dog friendly podcast.
I appreciate that. So there have been some questions regarding some of the things that we have brought up, as well as other members of the media, in terms of the ineffectiveness of Byron Leftwich's decisions as a play caller and how they stack up against analytical truths at this point, right? At least for today's game. And anytime somebody brings it up, the dismissiveness that Leftwich brings to the table, and he's done it with our own JC Allen a couple of times now, just basically saying that's a fantasy football question. And I went off on Twitter a few weeks ago because you have people who dedicate their professional lives at this point to the football analytics industry. And he is completely just spitting in their face at this point and just saying, and there we go. Matt, let me let you go because this is only going to get worse. I'll hit it up next week when on. Well, I don't even know if we're doing the Christmas edition.
We're doing it from the comfort of our homes, but obviously we're all busy with our families.
I do have the Bucs losing this week, though.
Okay, there you have it. Josh has the Bucs losing this one. Josh, we appreciate you joining the show. Thank you very much. We're gonna have the Pewter GameDay show coming up in just a matter of moments. Myself and Adam Slavon, our intern at pewterreport.com, will be giving our live reactions and analysis to everything. Just a comment one last time on Josh's statement, I guess. I think analytics are good for the game. Obviously, they've helped out in a lot of ways. I just don't think whether it's always analytics versus go with your gut. I just don't think you should sway too much on either side. Like, there are factors that you can't quantify, whether it's like a player going through something or, there was just a big fight in the game and the adrenaline's a little bit higher than it normally would be. There's so many different factors that you can't totally quantify. So try to stay in the middle. Use it to help you, but don't, live and die by every single one. My prediction real quick, I have the Bucs losing 27-14. I just think they're not going to be able to score enough points to keep with the Bengals. Let's get into the Pewter GameDay show. That means it is time to hit that video. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter GameDay show, energized by Celsius. We are going to get into everything with this game between the Bucs and the Bengals as the Bucs rock their pewter jersey today. Maybe it'll help them out in this game. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is Adam Slavon of PewterReport.com. Adam, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Matt?
I am pretty good. So we just had kickoff. The Bengals are getting the ball first. Bucs will get it at halftime. Let's sync up our TVs. Where are you at this game right now?
Mine just shows Camarda kicking it off right now.
Okay. You are definitely way more behind me.
Am I? Let me try to refresh it. Give me 1 second.
It's fine. Just let me know. Are you able to refresh or not really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go back
what
out
do you
and
see
go back
now?
in. Give me 1 sec loading. All right. It shows Joe Burrow at the line of scrimmage. And it's first down.
Okay. I don't know if it's the first play or just narrate the play. What happened on this play?
Pass to looks like first down.
Okay. So the next play, it's going to be a throw to either Higgins or Boyd. I forgot. He's going to get tackled like 2 yards short of the marker. Spoiler. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
After that, they're going to show the defensive roster of the Bucs. Mm-hmm. When it shows the roster, when it shows Akeem Hicks, Nunez Roches, and Will Golston, let me know when that comes up, and I'll hit play on my remote.
All right. Sounds good. Apologize for being a little behind here.
No, it's cool. It's technology. People watch it on different things. I watch it on cable. Some people watch it on Hulu, things like that. So, it's all over the place.
Yeah. So
Eater
the second
says
play just happened, and it shows Hicks.
There you go. All right. We are close to being synced up. Eater doesn't like the coverage that the Bucs have, saying soft coverage. Common Sensei saying, what up? Sup, people? Ready for another thrashing? It could be that. It remains to be seen. So it'll be second down for the Bengals on the opening drive of the game. Burrow hands it off to Joe Mixon, and he gets just enough for a first down. Keanu Neal makes the stop for Tampa Bay, but like I said, first down for the Bengals. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Bucs today. I think the Bengals should really try to pick on Sean Murphy bunting with Jamar Chase. I feel like that would be beneficial to them. Is there anything that intrigues you most about this game, Adam?
Well, two things. One, the impact of having Winfield, SMB, and Edwards back. It gives the Bucs a chance to kind of rotate safeties, something that we haven't seen since early this year when they had a lot of success generating turnovers. Maybe that's a possibility. Looks like Mixon gets a first down there. And then the second thing, I think this is really going to come down to trench play for the Bucs on both sides of the football. With not having Wirfs and no Hendrickson, maybe they give Brady more time to throw. And then on the other side, with no Vita Vea or Nassib or JTS not being 100%, they got to generate pressure somehow.
I'm with you. I don't know how they're going to get, a four-man pass rush or anything like that, because that hasn't been the case for the Bucs in recent weeks. And we're seeing Joe Burrow already, getting rid of the ball quickly. Play action here over the middle of the ball. Tipped, and it's intercepted. Carlton Davis finally gets an interception. A huge moment for the Bucs. We called for it. You called for it, Adam. And I don't know who tipped it, but a great job by Carlton Davis as he starts dancing, and then Devin White pushes him. Keanu Neal makes a huge play with the tip. and Carlton Davis comes down with it. That is exactly what Tampa Bay needed. A huge, huge moment early in this game. Turnovers have been few and far between, but it happens there for the Bucs, and maybe that means that the Bucs will get those turnovers in bunches. Of course, that pick, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the official beer of PewterReport.com, and that is Pirate Republic. They are based out of the Nassau, Bahamas, and invading Florida just in time for football season and the holiday season. Be a great gift for your friends and family. Beer brings people together to celebrate life. That means celebrating life in the spirit of the original Pirate Code, which is a sense of belonging. Pirate Republic is a community of people living life on their terms. The Long John Pilsner, my personal favorite, is perfect for tailgating or having fun at the beach in the Florida sun. That's the red can. Take No Quarter IPA in the green can is the best IPA that you'll drink. You might not even be a fan of IPAs, and this one is the exception to the rule, and 7.2% of the alcohol in it. So could be one and done if that's your thing in terms of enjoying Pirate Republic. Drop an orange slice in the Golden Haze, a Piracy Belgian wit beer. That's the gold can, of course. And enjoy that pirate life. Pirate Republic beer is available at participating retailers like Total Wine and More, Lucan's Liquors, Party Liquors, and select ABC liquor stores in the greater Tampa Bay area, and is expanding across the state of Florida. Live life on your terms and drink like a pirate with Pirate Republic beer, the official beer of PewterReport.com. Like I said, the IPA, when I meant one and done, I meant like you might only need one beer, then you're good to go. You can enjoy it, and I bet that you would enjoy it as much as you possibly can. But again, please drink responsibly, whether it's the Long John Pilsner, the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer, or the Take No Quarter IPA. I haven't had the Golden Haze in a while. That's next time I have some Pirate Republic, that's going to be my choice. But Adam, it's good to see some positive play by the Bucs. We hardly got it at all last week on either side of the ball when the Bucs played the 49ers. This is huge for them. Eater says miracles all over the place. Obviously, our tape is a little bit behind what the fans are watching, so I don't want to get too much into the comments while the Bucs have the ball. But that's the beauty of it. You can watch the big play by the Bucs, and then you can see us react to it as the Bucs go play action on first down. Brady fired, caught by Chris Godwin for like a 5-yard gain, but that is still progress, ladies and gentlemen. Play action on first down. Who would have believed it?
Yeah. No, I really like the opportunity for the Bucs receivers to take advantage of Eli Apple and Cam Taylor-Britt in this game.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Gotta attack those outside corners down the field. Play action again. 2 plays in a row. Brady throws to his right down the field. Knocked away by Eli Apple, who you just talked about. Nice play by Apple. Gotta give credit where credit is due.
He has his moments.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Mike Evans slipped just a little bit, too. I bet if he didn't slip, he's probably able to come back to the ball a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Wow, we're going to hopefully start this drive with 3 straight pass plays.
Is that a record for the season?
Could be.
Seems like it.
Brady gets the snap, looking, throws over the middle. Caught by Russell Gage. That is a first down for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Now, one thing I want to watch for in this game is how much time Brady has to throw in the pocket.
Yeah. And how quickly he throws it, too.
Yeah.
You know? Because even that one seemed pretty quick. Like, Godwin was not that open. You know? Like, he had 2 defenders right next to him. It's already 2 receptions for CG, Chris Godwin. Handoff to Rachaad White to the outside. Ooh, gets about a yard, but rolled up on Donovan Smith right after. Looks like Smith's going to be okay. I know people are not happy with Donovan Smith. I get it. But you don't want to be down to 2 backup offensive tackles.
Yeah. $10:40 to go in the first quarter. Early into this ball game, but
Yeah, I don't know. The vibes are just a little bit different. Obviously, we were very negative going in, but we're seeing some different stuff right now. A handoff on second down, that's not the type of different we want to see.
Yeah, then Byron's like, nah, we got to go back to the runs.
We only barely got that first down. Let's go back to what hasn't been working.
Yeah.
So that's 2 rushes for essentially no yards. Bengals going to keep their same defense on the field. Bucs kind of line up a little bit quicker than expected. Brady calling the plays, moving people around on 3rd and 8. Gets the snap, looking over the middle, throws, caught by Evans.
Get it.
That's a first down and a couple extra yards, too. That's already 2 targets for Mike Evans and his first catch of the day. I have higher than 4.5 receptions for Mike Evans in this game, so that's a nice start there. I also took the over in passing yards for Joe Burrow, but you know what? If the Bengals go down, they're going to have to throw it, so I like that,
Right.
too.
Don't even talk to me about underdog fantasy bets today. I was short by 1 yard.
Oh, no. In what game?
The Chiefs-Texans game. I had Pacheco at over 11.5 receiving yards, and he had 11.
Play action again to Cade Otton. That's
Cade Otton.
A catch and run and a nasty stiff arm by Cade Otton.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, look at that. You get him the ball before the second half, and he can make plays. He was wide open on that play, too. A little play action,
a nice play design.
A little wide open tight end. Great play. And the stiff arm. That was almost as good, maybe a little bit less, but either way, I was going to say almost as good as Rachaad White's stiff arm in the Germany game, but that's another nasty stiff arm by the Bucs. Yeah. And another Bucs rookie. Bucs are in business, ladies and gentlemen.
Got to run up the middle here.
Yeah, run up the middle. Wilson really punching at that ball. And a very, very encouraging first drive for the Bucs. Even that run, I mean, 4 yards, you don't necessarily hate it.
Yeah. Finally, looks like the Bucs get a little first quarter momentum here, which is
they have to score
something they haven't had.
Though. They have to score the touchdown because they've done this before where they move it and then they kick a field goal and then everything shuts down after that. This cannot be the case. Brady making adjustments again. Under center. He's going to hand it off to White. He has a hole up the middle. Gets enough for the first down. And they're right behind they're at the 11. So they're going to be able to still get another first down without having it be 1st and goal, which is always a nice little caveat. Oh, look at that. They put Ott in motion. He ended up blocking the defensive tackle Hill on this play as they show the replay.
That's a big guy to block, too.
Yeah, it is. That's a huge responsibility. But you know what?
Yeah.
The Bucs took advantage. We said this weeks ago. People on tape, Josh Capo had a great video about Cade Otton, pointing out the good things he's done and other things he needs to work on. And one of the things that Josh Capo really highlighted was that Cade Otton is a very capable blocker, but he's better when you put him in motion in terms of if he's got to pull or swing on a play. He's better at those types of blocks than if he's just stationary and has to block the guy in front of him. There is a Bucs player on the ground. It looks like Donovan Smith, but I can't effectively tell with the
it looks like it is.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Donovan Smith struggling his play, going through a tough time in his personal life. So definitely do feel bad for him. And you don't want any player to be injured, especially your starting left tackle. So hopefully Donovan Smith can recover fairly quickly. Since we are at a commercial break, and because it's been such an energetic start, this is a great time to remind everyone that the Pewter GameDay show is energized by Celsius. It's the official sponsor of the show. And of course, the Pewter Report podcast as well. A variety of different flavors. You see the vibes right there. The Arctic peach vibe, peach vibe, tropical vibes. A ton of great different flavors. Can't go wrong with any of them. That goes without saying. They're the healthy version of an energy drink because you have 7 essential vitamins, 0 sugar, and 0 preservatives as well. So you don't get that late crash that you would with other energy drinks out there. Some other great flavors, the cola, the sparkling wild berry. I was doing watermelon berry recently. You can go with the cucumber lime as well. But like I said, 7 essential vitamins, 0 sugar or preservatives. Gives you that essential energy to get you through your day. Go to the store locator on the Celsius website. Find out where you can get one near you at your local bodega. If you know you love it, start getting it in bulk and have it sent to your house or apartment every 1, 2, or 3 weeks. Just go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save. And I'd recommend getting the variety pack because variety is the spice of life. You get to enjoy a bunch of different flavors of Celsius energy drinks. Here's some more flavors. That's what I'm talking about. So many different ones that you can choose from. So that's why I'd recommend getting the variety pack, because why not try as many Celsius energy drinks that you can? As long as you're drinking them, that's really all we ask for. Make sure you get them. Take a picture, send it to us on our social media. We love retweeting those pics and, giving a shout out to everyone that does that for us. Just make sure you drink at Celsius. Hashtag Celsius Live Fit. Hashtag Celsius Energy, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Let's get back to the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are back from the break. Don't see Donovan Smith in there. That's Brandon Walton in at tackle now. So Bucs down to 2 backup offensive tackles. Let's see how they look with this. Brady under center. They're going to run some play action. He's got time. Throws it over the middle. Nearly intercepted. He was looking for Russell Gage. That was Jesse Bates that nearly came down with the INT. That's Jesse Bates the third. I'm loving all this play action, though, Adam. That has been something different. I don't know how many times they've run it, but it's been a lot. Yeah, just a second too late. All right, 3rd and 3. Bucs have been solid on 3rd down so far. It's definitely a 3rd and manageable. 3 receivers to the left. Got a tight end on the right. Brady looking to his right. Has time. He's going to scramble up the middle, and he just dies. I don't blame him. Him. He wasn't going to break that tackle. He's 45 years old. You don't want him to get hit. Live to fight another day. Take that 3-0 lead. I know I said you don't want him to only settle for the field goal because they've done this before, but some points is better than no points.
Yeah.
Man.
And they definitely control the clock, too. That was something Mr. Leftwich said in his press conference this week.
Yeah.
They want to control the clock, so.
Which you were in attendance for. You're not typically there on Thursdays because you are a great student and you also have another side job. But with school out, you're able to go. And glad you got to get the Leftwich Brady roller coaster.
Oh, yeah.
The kick by Ryan Suckup is good. The Bucs are up 3-0, ladies and gentlemen. They have a lead. That's more than what they had last week.
Yeah. Update the ticker.
Yep, just did that. All right, let's get to some comments. We're going to backtrack this a little bit. As Miguel says, INT, he was pumped about Carlton Davis. Eater, about time, Shaggy, CD3.
I like that.
Eater saying as well, I'll take the L if the defense plays well. Hey, that rhymes. I know our offense won't. Decal 03, release Julio Jones already. Coaching just well, he does the fire emoji and the hot garbage. Yeah. We do have a super chat. So, of course, if you super chat us, we will move you to the front of the line. Ant with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Ant. Where is the fade to Mike Evans? Did they take it out of the playbook? I haven't seen it since the Dallas game. That is a great point, Ant, because I've long said, I personally, in general, in the NFL with offenses, I don't like the fade because you're completely cutting off 3/4 of the field. It's a one-on-one tough play where it's got to be a perfect throw and a great athletic play by the receiver. But with that said, Mike Evans and Tom Brady have perfected it. They have mastered it. And there is an abundance of success going back to the 2020 season when Mike Evans broke the record with 13 touchdowns. And then the 2021 season when he broke that record with 14 touchdowns. And then, as you mentioned, Ant, the Dallas game where people were saying they should have, the picture of it, everyone saw it, the one-handed catch. They were saying, put it in the Louvre. I don't know why they haven't gone to it. I didn't see the full screen. That's for the All-22 to see if they moved coverage to that side where maybe they either doubled Evans or just had a safety over the top. But I'm with you. They have not been great in the red zone, so why not go to something that worked for them previously? So, yeah, that would be another adjustment that I would like to see.
And this is Mike Evans we're talking about, probably one of the most physical wide receivers in football. At 6'5", I mean, you put any cornerback on him, he's going to win that matchup more often than not. So I agree with you there.
Especially in this matchup when you have either Eli Apple or a rookie cornerback. So, yeah, I agree with you there. Some other comments, Bowles is a coward. For what? Not going for it on 4th down? Yeah, people aren't happy with that. ISO me, PR Joshua Otten is a turtle. I wouldn't say that.
He looked like a rabbit on that play.
Yeah, he's not the fleetest of foot, but I mean, other than like Travis Kelce and Darren Waller, tight ends aren't usually like the quickest. King Cook with some positivity for Cade Otton. Otton is what we need on offense. I'm with you. He does great in the second half. They just don't throw it to him in the first half. But obviously they started implementing that in this game. Common Sensei, no fade to Mike. Nice. Tom Bucks fan, field goal again. Anyway. Screen to Jamar Chase on 1st down. Anthony Nelson. That was another thing. No screens on that first drive. Very happy to see that.
Yeah. Leftwich is waiting. He's plotting for him.
Yeah, he's probably like biting his tongue, being like, screen, or whatever the play call is for it. Oh, wow. Ryan Tannehill got hurt in the Tennessee game. That means Malik Willis.
Yeah.
2nd and 5 for the Cincinnati Bengals. They pitch it to the outside with Samaje Perine. Devin White in there. Who's the first guy? Will Golston. Nice. Ooh. They need a big game from Will Golston, obviously, with Vita Vea out. They're going to rely on Nacho and Will and Nakeem Hicks, obviously. Get some Logan Hall. I'm also very curious. This is only the second drive, so I haven't looked at it too much. Like, I don't know how much JTS is going to play because he's dealing with that hip injury. But it's JTS, Anthony Nelson, and, like, that's about it at outside linebacker. So I'm curious if they're just going to play the whole way or, Logan Hall can kind of line up there as well. Curious to see how Todd Bowles gets creative with it.
Definitely.
3rd and 4. Tampa Bay.
JTS.
They blitz Devin White on the play. Devin White's going around the corner. It's a group effort by the outside linebackers, Anthony Nelson and Joe Tryanchenko. That's a sack for the Bucs defense. Nicely done by Tampa Bay to get off the field. I'm going to put up that Pirate Republic logo in just a moment. I do want to see the return from Devin Tompkins, who is playing in his 2nd career NFL game, his first at Raymond James Stadium, and a fun moment for him because he's from Fort Myers, which is about 2.5 hours from Tampa. So he's got friends and family watching him in person for this game. Let's see if Tompkins gets a return.
He does.
It's a bounce. He picks it up on a hop, goes out of bounds, but the ball was kicked that way. So no anger there on him going out of bounds. An okay return by Devin Tompkins. Not going to say it was like the greatest thing in the world. But on the topic of great things, of course, the Bucs got a sack. They had no sacks last week, and they haven't had an interception since the Cleveland game. And again, that was a Hail Mary game, but they get both in this game. That sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. Check out the Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarter IPA, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer. We obviously have the holidays coming up. I believe it's Hanukkah right now, so happy Hanukkah to all the Pewter fans in here that celebrate Hanukkah. You have that going on right now. Christmas is coming up in a couple of days. Kwanzaa, I think, is maybe the day after. So a lot of holidays coming up, and the holiday season is upon us. Would be an awesome gift to friends and family Who wouldn't want a 6 or a 12 pack of beer? I think that's definitely a good one. Or, you know, if you got a sibling, probably more of that, you know, give it to a sibling. But anyway, or a friend. Check out Pirate Republic, the official beer of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter GameDay show, which we are on right now. Just a reminder, speaking of Christmas, next week's game is on Christmas when the Bucs play against the Arizona Cardinals. We will have a pregame show. Will not be live from walk-ons because it is Christmas. We are going to spend a little time with our families, and so we're going to do it from the comfort of our homes. It starts at 6:30, and then I will be on for the game day show at 8:20 when the Bucs take on the Cardinals. But that's next week's business. We'll talk about that later on because we're still very early in this game. Adam, gotta love what we've seen so far for the Bucs. You know, 2 interception by the defense, the offense running a lot of play action, moving the ball down the field, and then the defense comes right back with a quick stop and a sack of Joe Burrow. Outside of the Bucs offense getting a touchdown, checking a lot of boxes right now.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I was going to mention when we were talking about like the edge rushers, having Keanu Neal in the box, especially on that play where we got the interception, that's another wrinkle that the Bucs defense could have. And maybe putting Devin White on the outside and having Neal as like a sub linebacker, that could be another thing that they try.
Yeah, I would not hate that. There's been talks during the week of just making him a like an inside linebacker. Donovan Smith is back in the game. That's very important for the Bucs. Appreciate Brandon Walton for being in on those last couple of plays. 1st and 10 for the Bucs. Good field position too. They run play action. It's thrown caught over the middle by Mike Evans.
Ooh.
Evans heading, spin
He's
move,
still going.
breaks the tackle. He's still going. Gets a great block by Chris Godwin, and Evans is inside the 30. There's a flag on the play.
Oh, no.
Hopefully it's not against the Bucs. That was fantastic by Mike Evans. Makes the catch over the middle, and the Bucs are walking it back. What are they calling here? I hope they don't call a blindside block on Chris Godwin. That helped Mike Evans get like 15 more yards. And they call the blindside block on Chris Godwin. I hate the rule, but that is kind of the definition of the rule. That's really, really frustrating because it was a great play by Mike Evans. Eli Apple did not see it coming.
Yeah.
Nice play by Chris Godwin. He obviously likes to be a physical receiver, but damn, that was nice. Mike Evans isn't always known for his yak. That was a very nice spin move. Damn.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not 100% sure. Do they move 15 yards from where the penalty took place?
Well, now it's 1st and 1.
All right. If they can't convert on a 1st and 1, I'm sure Gene's territory.
Now it's time for a run up the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So a 1st and 1. I'm curious
if it's from the yards. Like they get the yards from the reception, they move it back.
Leonard Fournette barely gets the first down. I'm curious if that counts as a catch for Mike Evans. Again, for someone like me that in Underdog Fantasy, I had over 4.5 catches for Mike Evans. The penalty obviously sucks, but I still want the catch to count.
He was at 2 before, right?
He had 1. He had 2 targets. He had 1. 2 targets.
Yeah, he's at 2. He's at 2 receptions.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And Bucs get a fresh set of downs. By hook or by crook, they got it done.
Ooh.
And a little more play action. Brady, it's a stupid screenplay. Shocking, it did not work.
Hey, it's an extension of the run game, though.
Yeah, it is, which the run game doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Brady turned around awkwardly. I don't know if he did a full spin versus just like going back. That was a bit odd.
Mm-hmm.
Bucs will be in shotgun. I kind of feel like they're going to run it here. Nope, they won't. Leonard Fournette goes out wide. Brady has time, steps, throws over the middle, caught by Godwin. Tries to hold on to that ball. Yeah, I don't know if he like totally had that at first, so he wanted to make sure that he fully caught it before he started heading up the field. once again, this is, I mean, every game's important, but with Atlanta losing and Carolina losing, once again, the Bucs can really do some damage in the NFC South if they can improve their record to 7-7.
And what better way for a statement win, too?
Absolutely. Godwin goes in motion, 3rd and 2. Brady throws. Evans was hit in the back. They're not going to call it. Go for it. Go for it, you cowards.
Please. It's at midfield. Come on now.
What are they? Go for it.
It's at the 42. You're not kicking a field goal. The punt ain't going to help. You got to go for it.
Yeah. Like one time, just not play the conservative game. And they're staying on the field.
Here we go.
They're probably just going to try to draw him off sides.
Please, no.
Godwin goes in motion to his left. 7 seconds on the play clock. White goes in motion. Brady throws over the middle. Evans caught it. That should have been a penalty. But anyway, a great catch by Mike Evans on 4th down. Clutch. That is clutch. And that's 3 receptions for Mike Evans. Nicely done.
You know, I'm actually kind of liking the offense today.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yes, he caught. Wow. That's strength by Mike Evans. Because that he could have easily just let the ball go to the ground, but he was able to tuck it underneath. Exceptional play by Mike Evans. 3 receptions, 47 yards. That's a bad challenge by the Bengals. They're not going to win it. Oh, man. All right, we'll see what the call is. Man, what a great catch by Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's clearly a catch. Like, the ball never touches the ground. No. His elbow does. And
the
while
Bucs risked it, and they got the biscuit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Very, very nice. Another thing that's very, very nice that you should check out, of course, is Pin Chasers. They have many different locations. It's a fun night out with friends and family. The food is underrated, from the pizza to the nachos to the chicken tendies. They have brunch on the weekends, too. So many awesome deals. They have all you can drink, or not all you can drink, I'm sorry. Dollar beers, all you can bowl, and all you can eat pizza on various different nights. So go to pinchasers.net, find out what deal is best for you. It's also a good spot to book your kid's birthday party, because they got the bowling, they got the arcade area. If you want to book an event with, with your friends, or an outing for work, they have a great area that can be sectioned off for you and your party going to that. So just go to pinchasers.net, check out all the awesome deals that they have, and get to bowling, because it's more than just a bowling alley. It's a fun little event over there at the many different locations that you can see on the screen. And like I said, go to pinchasers.net. So we'll see whether this call maintains with the Bucs having the ball, or if the Bengals will turn it over or get the turnover. I think it's got to say, I mean, this should not take that long. They're going to show a slow-mo again. He makes it. He puts it into his stomach. The ball doesn't make any movement. See what the ref says. And it stands. There you go. Bucs get a first down.
Yep. And that's huge, too.
I think there's just something about Antoine Winfield Jr.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's see. Antoine Winfield Jr. has left the game after aggravating an ankle injury and is questionable to return. Jeez.
Man can't catch a break. Bucs go play action here.
Play action Brady again for the Bucs. Brady looking. Throws deep. Caught by Evans. Evans is all over the place.
Looks like they're connecting now.
Yes, they are.
You know, coming into this game, I thought Burrow and Chase was the best quarterback wide receiver tandem. But, hey, Brady and Evans are making a run Got less than a minute in the first quarter. O'Keefe to motion. Hand off to Fournette. Looks like they get about 5 there.
The middle. Nicely done. Will the Bucs score before the end of the quarter? Will they let it go down all the way? They technically don't have to run a play.
No. Maybe just kind of see how they line up.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Evans isn't even on the field. Never a great sign. I mean, obviously just getting a break.
Yeah.
I guess they could try to draw the Bengals off sides. Yeah, I would let the play. Oh, they go in motion. It's a handoff to Godwin. Breaks one tackle. I think this is going to get... It's going to be a legal shift or something like that. I like the idea, though. That's creative.
Yeah.
Better than a screen.
Godwin's holding his leg.
Oh, no. See what the penalty is. I think it's going to be an illegal shift on the Bucs. Tony Romo just said, I'm so impressed with Tampa. Oh!
They did get him offsides.
Okay, so offsides penalty on the Bengals. Bucs will let the quarter run out. And, yeah, so Bucs will still have second and goal. And probably get Mike Evans back on the field. Nicely done. All right, Adam, first quarter thoughts.
The Bucs played a really good first quarter. And that's something that we haven't seen in weeks. I mean, they've stopped Joe Burrow from getting into any sort of rhythm. And on offense, they've actually moved the ball really well. Brady already has over 100 first quarter passing yards. And I really like the connection between Brady and Evans building again.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see. It's been few and far between the last couple of weeks. Shout out to the defense not being on the field for that long. And we'll see if they score here. Will be very important. While we're at a commercial break, let's hear a message from our friends at the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can win big over at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. I just got asked on Twitter, is this the best first quarter we've seen all year? I think it has to be. I mean, I'm trying to remember specifically the Dallas game. I mean, it was the first game of the season.
Yeah.
I think it could be this one, though, because you got the interception as well.
Definitely. And per Buccaneers communications, it says that Mike Evans had 71 receiving yards in the first quarter, which is his 4th most in his career.
Oh, we're in for a Mike Evans monster game.
Yeah, could be the game he gets to 1,000 yards.
Yeah, how far away was he?
I thought he was at like 802 maybe. So if he has a big game.
Yeah, let's see here. Second and goal inside the 5. Brady under center. He's got Fournette in the backfield. Evans to his right. 2 wide receivers to the left and a tight end. Oh, boy. Ah, okay. The clock ran early.
Oh.
Reminds me of the clock issues. What was it? The Packers game where there was the clock issue?
Yeah. Showing a Todd Bowles interview
Yeah.
here.
Curious what he's saying. Our best defense is to keep their offense off the field. All right, Kate Otten goes in motion. Brady under center. Similar, pretty much the same formation as the last one. They hand it off to Fournette. Fournette tries to cut it up the middle. He's going to be about a yard or two short with 3rd and goal coming up. I don't know about you and Adam, but I would love a little play action to Kate Otten here. I think that sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Getting him out on the side, kind of like the Rams game.
They could do a fade. I don't like the fades on 3rd down, though.
Because it would have been a good call last play.
Yeah. Plus, Evans isn't even lined up outside. They run play action. He's looking for Odd, looks over the middle, throws incomplete, looking for Russell Gage. And Bucs will have to settle for another field goal.
Or do they go for it? Because it's still a 1-possession game regardless. They already went on 4th down once this drive. I mean,
that's a tough one. That throw is slightly behind.
Hey,
Bucs are going to go for it. They are staying aggressive. Love it. The analytics people are going to go crazy too. Fournette goes in motion. Brady looks. Now over the middle in the corner. He's got Gage.
You got
Touchdown! Tampa Bay! Tom Brady to Russell Gage in the left corner of the end zone. The Bucs will take a 9-0 lead. Todd Bowles gambles on 4th and goal, decides to go for it, and it pays off. No risk it, no biscuit. Bucs take a 2-possession lead. We haven't seen that too much this season, Adam. Nice job, great play call, and great execution by Brady and Russell Gage. That's 2 games in a row where Russell Gage has a touchdown. The only touchdown scorer against the 49ers last week, and gets the first TD of the game against the Bengals. 9-0 Bucs with Ryan Suckup getting ready to attempt the extra point.
Todd Bowles isn't gluten-free. He likes his biscuits.
Nicely done. Oh, this is fantastic. They're being aggressive. They're listening to analytics. Not playing conservative.
You know, Josh in the pregame show, he said that JC was on an island with his predictions.
He was,
Might be taking a raft on the way to that island.
We were wondering when they were going to be different. The extra point by Suckup is good. And it is 10-0 Bucs. 10-0. Wow. Oh, let's get to some comments. First, I want to tweet out something. So I'm going to do that. The Bucs are being aggressive. Going for it twice on 4th down.
And, you know, Todd Bowles has actually, like, showed emotion on the sidelines, too. He isn't stoic. He's actually been smiling.
All right. Kevin L. says, let's effing go, boys. Shaggy says the Germany quarter was the best. Russell Gage, $20 million receiver, huh? That was on the incompletion on 3rd down. Eater says it's about time. Common Sensei, Gage sighting. Brian, let's go. Shaggy, Russell. ISO me PR Joshua. Gage with the fire emoji. King Cook, way to make up for it, baby. Let's go. Cali Buck says, finally the coach grew some cojones. I'm paraphrasing what he said there. King Cook, defense got to get another one. Touchdown Gage, finally. Who is this Gage guy? The only guy that can score touchdowns for the Bucs now. Shaggy says, still not convinced this is Lefty. Was he wearing a mask like a Scooby-Doo character when they catch the bad guy at the end? The Bucs' best team, Bowles' best coach. Austin, interesting there. Interesting comment there. M.E. We need a total team effort. Defense needs to shut down Cincy. I'm with you. This game is far from over. Hell of a start, but far from over. There's play action in motion. Where's has been all season? Josh, that was from Brian. Joshua saying the same thing. Where the hell has this team been all year? Common sense say decent play calling. Brady to Evans looking good. Todd not being cowardly, going for it twice now on fourth. Have they listened to the fans now? Harshi Patel, a Bengals fan, but watching us. Thanks for watching, Harshil Patel. Literally the most alive the Bucs offense has ever looked. Very true. Not going to disagree.
This season, yeah.
When Gage isn't on one leg, he seems to do work. I wouldn't go that far. Look good there, but really hasn't done too much in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
ISO me PR Joshua. Love haters that just call out people's names for no reason, like they're not really pocket watching, only to look foolish with the fake excitement. Don't really know what you're talking about, but yeah, you do you. Joshua Porter giving a shout out to JC. He says JC looking smarter than you guys at PR. Yeah, JC was the only one that took the Bucs, the only one that had faith in them. So he's probably grinning right now in the press box. Joe Burrow gets a snap. There's a sack and a fumble. Oh my goodness. Lavonte David absolutely crushed.
No, they showed Burrow's hand.
Yeah.
Like something was up with it before that.
Absolutely crushed Joe Burrow on the blitz. Fumbled it, but it went right back to Joe Burrow. Can't even get mad at the non-fumble recovery there. But whoo! Nice play by Lavonte David. That's a... Where is it?
They're backed up deep now.
Yes, they are. Burrow almost got hit again. He dumps it off to Mixon. Anthony Nelson, a tremendous job making the tackle on a 2nd and 20. That's a sack brought to you by Pirate Republic. And a fumble! Even though they did not recover it. Still brought to you by Pirate Republic. Check out their beers at Lucan's Liquors, Total Wine and More. ABC Liquors, Party Liquors, a couple different places in the Tampa Bay area. They're growing across the state of Florida, which is awesome. Check out Pirate Republic, Long John Pilsner, Take No Quarter IPA, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian Wit beer. 3rd and 16. Bucs looking for yet another 3 and out. They only send 3 this time. Burrow has time to throw, looks for the corner, knocked away by Winfield and SMB.
Yep.
The coverage on, I think that was either Higgins or Boyd. I believe
it's like Higgins.
Higgins is 83, if I'm not mistaken. Another 3 and out by the Bucs defense. This team came ready to play today, any given Sunday. Yeah, great effort. Antoine Winfield Jr. back in the game, obviously. You see him on the screen. Makes the big PBU. Fantastic job by the Bucs.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
3 stops. Yeah.
And we'll see. Again, you want to play the field position game. Let's find out where they're going to start with the ball. Devin Tompkins, the new return man, takes it on a bounce. I don't love that he didn't try to get it right away. Breaks about 2 tackles. I think he would have liked to have that one back and just run up and catch it.
Sometimes it's good to get that momentum when you catch it.
Yeah, exactly.
But
that's all right, though. Bucs have a 2-possession lead. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Shaggy said LFG. He also says defense playing with attitude.
All caps. Yeah.
All caps. Antoine Winfield Jr., 31, back in the game and makes the big pass breakup on 3rd and long. King Cook, Antoine Winfield Jr., he's a freaking warrior, man. Who is this team? Great question.
They've been missing all season.
Yeah, they have. Bucs actually look prepared today. Matthew, great name. You see the ball sail? I think Joe's bloody pinky is going to be a problem throwing. Definitely something to monitor. Joshua Porter might have broke it, had caught it on the run. What are you talking about? The Burrow fumble?
Or the Tompkins return, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Way to be attentive, Adam.
What was the over on Burrow's passing yards today?
I think it was 292. I'll look it up right now.
Because with that bloody pinky and the way the Bucs defense is playing, I don't think he gets there.
Or the Bucs build such a huge lead that all he can do is throw it and gets it just by the fact that he's airing it out a ton. Yeah, only 39 yards right now, so not ideal. But I would totally take that if it meant that the Bucs won. Mike Evans is one reception away from reaching his over a 4.5.
Now, coming into this game without Julio Jones, I was wondering who would get all the targets. Simple answer was Mike Evans.
Yeah. They don't need a third option. They just need to force feed their their other option.
Got a great view of Tampa Bay there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I see my apartment. No, not really. Still got a long way to go in the second quarter. Big sack. Ain't over till it's over. Still shocked at Minnesota. Absolutely wild. I didn't even see the game until the second half. I saw it when it was like 33-7. Oh, an end around to Devin Tompkins. He gets in the ball in the game, and it's a nice 7-8 yard run. I'm losing my voice and my breath just watching that play. An end around. These creative Buccaneers, they're creative on offense. Their defense is getting after the quarterback. Like, what is going on? This is a great sign down the stretch. Were the Bucs just playing possum all season long?
They might have been, you know.
2nd and 2. Brady in shotgun. He's going to hand it off to Rachaad White. Gets up the middle for a first down. Would you look at that? Getting a first down without getting to third down. You're able to run it on second down because you had an effective first play on first down. That was, dare I say, creative.
Ooh. I really like how they're splitting up the workload, too, between White and Fournette.
Yes.
Putting in Fournette in, like, short yardage, goal line packages, and keeping Rashad as, like, the early down guy.
Very good observation. Is that Keyshawn Vaughn in the backfield here?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, they're going the pony package.
Oh, no, Keyshawn.
It was Vaughn and Rachaad White. But we got a penalty on the play.
False start.
Oh, wow. Mike Evans with the false start. No, can't all be perfect. Oh, yeah. 101 passing touchdowns for Tom Brady. Yeah. 5th player all time with 100-plus passing touchdowns with multiple teams.
Huh.
All right, maybe Tom Brady will stay in Tampa for another season.
That'd be a good trivia question. Who are the other 4? I know Manning's one.
Peyton Manning is definitely one.
Joe Montana? With the Chiefs?
How long? Yeah, I was kind of thinking Favre, but how long was he with the Vikings for?
I think 2 or 3 years. He had 33 one year and then 12 another. So I don't think he got to 100.
Yeah. That's a really good question.
Yeah.
There's got to be like that. Evans makes another catch for a first down, holds onto that ball, 4 Bengals around him. They cannot get the ball loose from Mike Evans. That's a heck of a trivia question. Now I really want to know.
Yeah.
Maybe like Drew Brees? Because he spent time with the Chargers.
Yeah, Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah. There's got to be one journeyman in there. like a Doug Flutie or Brad Johnson.
Ooh.
Or maybe Vinny Testaverde. Spent a lot of time with the Jets. Was with the Bucs to begin his career. You could be on a losing team and still throw touchdowns. So probably not, though.
Kirk Cousins, maybe?
Kurt Warner?
Ooh.
Because Warner with the Rams and the Cardinals. I mean, greatest show on turf. He definitely hit it easy with the Rams. But yeah, maybe with the Cardinals, Larry Fitzgerald, Anquan Bolden.
Yeah.
All right, we'll look this up at like halftime or some other time.
Right.
But it's a good trivia question. It's a good fun fact. Let's see if anyone in the chat has suggestions. No, they're just talking about the game. Understandably so.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, appreciate everyone watching with us today. Especially a lot better now, too. Oh, they run a screen to Cam Brate. Damn. You want to talk about turtle? Cam Brate looks slow.
But 2 turtles.
Yeah. That was the second screen. At least that one was a little bit different. It was the tight end screen. It worked really well. If those remember the Super Bowl, Cam Brate had like a 30-yard play on a screen where he went up the field. Yeah, look at that time possession.
Yeah,
that is a beautiful, beautiful thing to look at if you are a Buccaneers fan. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. See if the Bucs can keep the drive going. They are clearly in field goal range. Brady gets a snap, looking to his right, throws. Knocked away by Flowers. He was looking for Brate. Bucs will have to settle for a field goal. Man, 17-0 just sounds a lot better than 13-0.
Yeah, that's true. Still get some points out of it, though.
Still get points, and let's remember the Bucs do get
they
the
need
ball
all the points
to start. Yeah, they need every single point that they can get. Jason Light was pointing like, oh, penalty. The dreaded 50-yarder for Ryan Suckup. Exactly 50 yards.
Yeah.
Trying to do better than his performance against San Fran. Snap is good. Kick is up. And it is no good. Suckup
just left.
Yeah, just missed by a little bit. The game stays at 10-0. We will see if that is a momentum swing in this game.
Almost could have gone for it.
Yeah, again, 4th and 3. You've already gone 2 for 2 on 4th downs. By the way, we did the Pewter GameDay show, Pewter Tailgate show, followed by the Pewter GameDay show, which is right now. We did it early on over at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. If you haven't checked out Walk-Ons, you are missing out. They have 2 establishments. They have multiple in the state of Florida, but in terms of the Tampa Bay area, they have one pretty close to Raymond James Stadium. That's over in Midtown where we have the show today. There's also another in Wesley Chapel over by where Scott lives. Ton of TVs, a great sports bar, co-owned by Devin White. So you're supporting another Buccaneer by going. It is Cajun styled, Cajun themed. So if you're into that type of food, they have like regular food as well. Wings. I've had that. I've had their pasta before. I've had their prime rib. Their wings are great. So check out Walk-Ons if you haven't been there before. Awesome viewing experience to go and watch your favorite teams, all of the big games. Their happy hour deal is exceptional. You can get 22-ounce beers for the price of a regular one. They have a ton of different appetizers on sale. And if you go on Tuesdays, they have happy hour all day long. Doesn't matter what time of the day that you go when they are open. It's happy hour all day long, not just your typical 4 to 7 like it is the rest of the week. So definitely would recommend going on Tuesdays. That's Walk-Ons Sports Bistro. They host a lot of the Pewter GameDay shows. Pretty much every single one that we do at a live place is all at the Pewter GameDay show. Next week, because it's Christmas, we are doing it remotely from the comfort of our own homes. The Tailgate show will start at 6:30, and then I'll be on live for Bucs vs. Cardinals at 8:25. later on in the evening. The night game of the Christmas trio, which honestly, the slate for the Christmas games are not that great. I know Packers
You
play.
think so? The Packers-Dolphins game should be pretty. I like that game.
Who do the Packers play tomorrow, right?
Do they?
I don't think they played yet.
I think you're right.
I guess it kind of depends how it goes tomorrow for them because they could pretty much be eliminated, right?
Yeah. Well, let me check the schedule.
I will say on paper.
Oh, yeah, Rams-Packers.
Yeah. So, like, on paper, Packers-Dolphins would have been an exciting game, but obviously the Packers underperformed. The second game is, like, terrible. I think that's Rams-Broncos.
Oh, gosh.
I think the Broncos play.
Oh, boy.
And then Bucs-Cardinals. Obviously, the Cardinals are out of it and don't have Kyler Murray playing. 2nd and 6 for the Bengals. They run it with P. Ryan. He is tackled by Lavonte David, setting up a 3rd and short. Again, momentum play. Bucs missed the field goal. Defense has been playing very well. Bengals trying to go quick.
Okay, my TV got stuck on a commercial, so stand by.
All right, I will be narrating in the meantime.
All right.
Burrow in shotgun. 3 receivers to his left. Jamar Chase over to his right. Wilcox, the tight end, moves so they're in trips. Pirine goes under center. Sort of. Burrow gets the snap. They're looking for Chase. It is broken up by Carlton Davis. Great job by Davis in one-on-one coverage against Jamar Chase. Davis likes going up against the top wide receivers in the game, and he wins that battle right there. A little bit of hand fighting. Chase was the one that pushed off, so no penalty there. Terrific job by Carlton Davis against one of the best wide receivers in the game of football. Bucs force another 3 and out. Just an exceptional job by this defense today. And Devin Tompkins calls for a fair catch at the 15.
I'm not having any luck, actually.
Oh, no.
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Are you able to, like, restart it or anything like that?
Let me go back. Give me just a sec.
All right. In the meantime, it's just me. Get to some comments in just a moment. CD3 with a good play. Nice job, defense. This is the Davis we know. He needs to stop playing down to people.
Yeah.
Wow, CD3 clean. Serious delay on this feed. Bengals just went 3 and out, and yet y'all are still in the timeout. Yeah, we know. We've said that you're supposed to watch the game and then see our reactions. Tree Frog Blues. So you were delayed to that message. You didn't find that about that until now. So there you go. Cali Bucs. Chase bringing out the best of Davis, but why does it take Chase for him to lock in? Fair question. Not everyone... Some people, like, they need a little bit more to really get hyped up. And that's the case for Carlton Davis. The man says, yo, why is Devin White wearing his Kung Fu red belt on the field? I didn't really notice that, to be honest with you. Joshua Porter, D is playing lights out. That's a great way to describe it.
I'm going to try pulling it up on my phone, see if I get some better luck here.
Oh, man.
I don't get CBS traditionally, so these games kind of throw me off.
If you have, like, Paramount Plus, you might be able to watch.
Ooh.
Tom Cruise, not the actor, unless he's going incognito. Didn't see that coming. Great pass defense. Winfield, Edwards, and Bunting have elevated the defense. Very, very true. All right, Bucs starting their next drive. 6:30 to go in the half. They're at the 15. They're running up the middle with Leonard Fournette. A nice 7-yard run by Lenny.
I might have to take a break and try to figure this one out.
Yeah, no worries. Let's we'll take you off in just a moment. All right, little technical difficulties for Adam, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the half and halftime as well. But really loving what we've seen from the Bucs. Scotty Miller goes in motion. They hand it off with Leonard Fournette. Fournette gets the first down. So another drive where the Bucs don't have to wait to get that first down on third down. Ooh, it looks like Sam Hubbard, their best pass rusher, leads the team in sacks. Just got injured. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs. Fournette still in the backfield. You got 2 receivers to the left, including Devin Tompkins. They do run it with Fournette to the right side. We'll get about 3 or 4 yards on the first down run with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Brady is slinging, says Emmy. Lever giving Tom Brady all day. Hubbard is a beast. Good for us. Yeah, I don't want to see players get injured, but, you know, it is what it is. 2nd and 7 for Tampa Bay. Bucs go play action. Brady looking over the middle. Caught by Chris Godwin. Breaks a tackle and moves up the field for a couple of more yards. Gets past the 45. That's a first down as he yells out a big scream. Chris Godwin very happy with that play. And turns out Sam Hubbard, he left with a calf injury and will be questionable to return for the rest of the game. That would be a huge loss for Cincinnati. Bucs on first down. They complete the pass to Leonard Fournette, about 4 or 5 yards. I like that they're throwing on first down. Second and 5 for Tampa Bay as they show Joe Burrow on the screen. Just all he can do is wait. Brady in shotgun. Cam Brate's in the backfield too. Bit of a high snap. They give it to Fournette up the middle, about 2 or 3 yards. Sets up a third and very, very manageable. That's another thing. Listen, you don't want to get to too many third downs. It's just going to happen across, you know, a game that is 60 minutes. Haven't had too many third and longs. I think that's really been important. Third and 2, Brady in shotgun. .235 to go in the second quarter. He's looking, has Fournette. He makes the catch, heads up the field, gets the first down inside the 40 to the 35. Bucs keep the drive going. They've been terrific on third down. They've been gutsy going for it on fourth down. They have a 10-0 lead and looking to expand on top of that. And they are going to go to the 2-minute warning with Tampa Bay up 10-0 and looking to drive a little bit more. Now, with Adam gone, my TV was actually much quicker than him, so I'm actually going to fast forward through all these commercials now and get up to speed with everyone else, which seems like it's still commercial right now. So Tree Frogs can be happy. Get to some comments here. Lenny dragged him 4 yards, says Emmy. Brady looking like Brady. RB1 Lenny with the fire emoji. Common Sensei talking to Eater saying, never seen so much play action. It's good to be the ride. Bucs got the ball with a bit over 6 minutes to go. 2-minute warning already. Controlling the line of scrimmage. King Cook, we have to get Braid out. This is where Otten shines. 2 in the red zone. Crazy that it took a beatdown for the Bucs to wake up. Robert Farmer in all caps, so he's adamant about this one. They better go no huddle out of the 2-minute warning. Well, they're close enough where they don't need to go no huddle. They're already over midfield, and they would want to kill the clock as much as possible because they don't want the Bengals to get the ball back. The Bucs want to score and only leave like less than 30 seconds so the Bengals can't really attack down the field. I think they still have 2 timeouts. Jack says this is so much better. Haven't seen this much motion since Gruden. Bay Area EA Sports, who gets the ball at the half? The Bucs do. They run play action out of the 2-minute warning. Hits Godwin. He makes the catch. He's inside the 20. Down to the 16-yard line. Bucs very much in business. And again, now they can take their time. They can move it. Thank you, Robert Farmer. You're right. Yeah, I appreciate all the comments. But right now, they don't want to go fast. They want to kill that clock and not give the Bengals another shot so they can go to the 2-minute warning. Bengals actually do call a timeout so they can preserve some clock. They only have one more timeout left. And the Bucs can still get another first down before they go into 1st and goal. So if anything, I would almost run it here, force them to kill that last timeout, and then you can go play action. Then you have everything else at your disposal. And even if you score on the next play, the Bengals still wouldn't have a timeout, which could come into play, on that final drive. Bucs going in shotgun, though. We'll see what happens. Otten goes in motion. You got 3 receivers to your right. Brady looking that way. Fires. Caught by Godwin. He rolls over the first down. Will they give him it, or will they say he's down a yard short? Either way, nicely done by the Bucs. Again, throwing on first down. And Bengals, are they calling their last? Bengals call their last timeout. That's exactly what Tampa Bay needed to do. Just fantastic job. I can't believe we're watching this. Like, this is functional offense. It's crazy. See? I know there's no Gronk. There's no AB. Ali Marpet retired. Alex Kappa's playing for their opponent in this game. You still have enough talent, enough good players to have a functional offense that can score more than 17 points. So Bengals call their last time out with 1:43. If you're the Bucs, you almost hope it's 2nd and 1 and not 1st and 10. It is 1st and goal. Brady lines up under center. I would run it here again just to kill some time. They throw a screen to Chris Godwin. He has a blocker and he's in. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Chris Godwin on a screen pass that actually worked. Gets some blocking from Mike Evans. That's another touchdown pass for Tom Brady. And the Bucs are up 16-0. It's Godwin's 3rd touchdown of the season. He is looking better and better week by week, fully healthy, coming back from that knee injury from last season. Brady throws it right away. No time for the Bengals to react, and Godwin still quick enough to get to the corner. Bucs lead 16-0 with the extra point pending by Ryan Suckup. As Shaggy says, fire the cannons. Only Bucs fans is confused in a good way. The extra point is up, and it is good. Bucs are up 17-0 with a minute and change to go in the second quarter. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, great point by Anthony. Not having exhausted defense Huge. Absolutely. Wide receiver screen for a TD. Yeah, not ready to get rid of that just yet. Let me change the ticker tape right here because it is now 17-0. 17-0 Bucs. My goodness. Josh Capo just texted me. There are 8 first down passes by the Bucs today for 90 yards. And they ran it 10 times on first down for 42 yards. So I wonder what's working. Bengals return it out to the 30. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Adam might be good to go. Adam, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. He is ready to go. So we are about to bring Adam back. Oh, there's Adam. We're about to bring Adam back on. Welcome back, man. You missed a lot.
Yeah. So I got my old stream back working, and I also signed up for Paramount Plus. So.
Oh wow, you didn't need to do that just for the stream.
I have to watch this Bucs game because they're actually playing well.
I know. Yeah, you're missing out on history.
Yeah, you can see a little Chris Godwin there.
Yeah, on a screen pass, no less.
Yeah.
Bengals complete a pass for 9 yards from Burrow to Jamar Chase.
Okay, so I'm just at the kickoff. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of sped it up when you weren't on the screen anymore. I figured, why delay it if I don't need to?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Burrow completes to Boyd to the 50. And again, very important that the Bucs forced the Bengals to use all 3 of their timeouts, or the 2 that they had left. 50 seconds to go. Brady at midfield, Burrow at midfield, throws over the middle, caught by Chase. They are in field goal range based on what the CBS graphics say. So Bengals moving very quickly. Hopefully the Bucs can hold them to just a field goal. 39 seconds to go. Burrow gets the snap, looking, throws to the right. It's caught by Boyd. 25 seconds. We'll see if the Bengals get aggressive, if they're going to spike it. 22 seconds, 20. They're at about the 23, 24. Burrow looking to his right, dumps it off to the running back. He gets tackled in bounds. That was a stupid play by P. Ryan. Trying to get an extra yard. Bengals will have enough time to spike it. 4, 3, 2. They spike it with 3 seconds.
And they're well within field goal range now.
Yeah, exactly. Not helping my case for the under. The under is either 43.5 or 45.5. But I took the under because the Bucs hit it every single week.
Regardless, a 2-touchdown lead though, heading into halftime.
Oh yeah, without question. I'm not going to get on the Bucs.
Like,
I'm not going to get on the Bucs too much for allowing 1 field goal in the first half.
Yeah.
But don't let it be a sign of things to come. And again, Bucs get the ball in the second half. This is a 41-yarder for Evan McPherson. Snap is good. Kick is up. Right down the middle. And that'll do it for the half. The Bengals kick a field goal. But the Bucs are up huge. Bucs are up 17-3 at halftime. No one saw that coming. But it is a great sight that the Bucs are not even just winning. They're winning big, and they're looking great. Not every lead is the same. Based on the looks, it's great. It's absolutely great.
Yeah, Brady's already at almost 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. I mean, he's looked great. The wide receivers look good. Yeah.
So did you even get to halftime yet, or are you still watching like the field goal?
Okay, I might be still watching the field goal, but it's okay.
I will. I'll pause it for when we get to the third quarter.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Whew. What are your impressions of the Bucs in the first half?
I am absolutely loving it right now. I don't know whether I love the offense more or the defense more for the fact that they're getting to Joe Burrow. Carlton Davis looked great against Jamar Chase. And then offensively, they're running it, they're throwing it, they're like they're not getting into 3rd and longs. I think that might be my favorite thing. Like they're not getting into 3rd and longs. They've had a couple of 3rd downs, but they've been, at least 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2. They went for it on 4th down and they scored 2 touchdowns. They don't score any touchdowns, let alone 2. So that's been really, really exciting to see. We're going to add a 3rd member to the group right now. Returning to the Pewter GameDay show, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Josh Capo. Who the blank are these guys? Josh, it's been incredible. We spoke on the pregame show about neither of us are optimistic that anything is going to change with the offense. And lo and behold, everything has changed.
What? I mean, Devin Tompkins end around, scheming playmakers open in space with play action. 3 out of the 4 drives, there was a considerable improvement in first down passes. I mean, it's incredible. It was fantastic. That 3rd drive got me a little frustrated because Leftwich went back to the first down run calls. But by and large, I mean, this is a huge difference in the offense. And if they can sustain these changes, these wholesale changes in their philosophy, guess what? This is a playoff team that can make a deep run.
Oh, without question. Are you more impressed with the offense or the defense?
I'd say the offense because the defense has shown that they can do this. They've stopped other offenses in the first half throughout this entire season, right? I mean, they did it to Cleveland. They've done it to Baltimore. They've done it to Green Bay. They've done it with almost every game outside of San Francisco. Let's just not even talk about it. In Kansas City, right? Everyone else they've shut down in the first half. So this is kind of par for the course for the defense this year. It'll be interesting to see that with the offense giving them the lead, will they be able to close out on defense, which is something that they've had trouble doing consistently throughout this year. But I have faith that that can happen because now they have an equal on the other side of the ball, giving them the opportunity to play a little bit more freely and not have to be perfect on every play because they're only up by 3 points or not up at all.
Yeah, the Bucs haven't had too many 2-score leads, so the defense isn't used to playing with a big lead. It does remind me of, not to get negative here, but the Falcons game where Devin White had the infamous "we got bored" comment and let the Falcons back in the game. But they had the similar type of situation against the Seahawks, and they let the Seahawks get close. But again, as you said, they had a counterpart with the offense actually playing well, and then the offense closed it out at the end. So,
and I would say
way more optimistic.
And I would say both Atlanta and Seahawks, or against the Seahawks, the Bucs offense didn't look this good.
Yeah.
I mean, and it goes beyond. And kudos, I trash him so much, I think deservedly so. But Leftwich has called probably the game of the season so far, or the first half of the season so far. So I want to give him kudos for that. Again, I'll just give this stat because it's one that I do track quite a bit. First down play calling. He's called 9 passes that have resulted in 97 yards. I'm sorry, 9 passes. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with it. For 97 yards, that's 10.8 yards per play. He has 10 run calls for 42 yards. So that's 4.2 yards per play. So still not quite the ratio that I would hope for. I'm typically more of like a 65-35 pass guy. But I think the other thing that needs to really be mentioned here is the Bucs offense. They are executing much better than they have all year as well. This isn't all on Lefty. It starts with him and Bowles, and just going on a tangent there. Going for it on 4th down twice in the first half, including that 4th and 1 from the 1-yard line. Huge opportunities and such great calls there because the Bucs are an underdog in this game. And when you're an underdog, you have to take those opportunities to steal points. And so fantastic decision-making. Just all around, probably the best first half of football the Bucs have played all year.
Adam,
can you tell I'm a little excited?
Yeah.
Yeah, and to add to your point, maybe he is a scoring guy. It seems like they've schemed up plays on offense that have been the opposite of what we've seen in previous weeks. Previous weeks, we wouldn't have seen him go for it on fourth down. We wouldn't have seen him be so open to using play action on first down. Gotta love like the decision making of Leftwich in the first half.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I almost feel like so. We have a common commenter, Shaggy. Shout out to Shaggy. He's always in the chats. And he was like, I don't believe this is Byron Leftwich. And Shaggy obviously reminds me of Scooby-Doo. So I don't know if they have, at the end of Scooby-Doo, when they catch the villain, and it's usually someone with a mask on and they take the mask off and it's like, oh my God, like it's this person. I kind of feel like I kind of feel like this is what's going on. Like it's not actually Byron Leftwich calling the plays right now.
Red Herring is our offensive coordinator for today. I'm not sure if you know the reference to the Scooby-Doo kids show, like when they were all kids.
I don't. I remember when the Globetrotters were on. That was
those were fantastic. They did like an updated one back in, I want to say, the 90s when my younger brothers were kids age, and it was like the Scooby-Doo when they were all kids. And Freddie was like an idiot, and every week he would say that it was like the bully of their school, Red Herring. He was like, it's Red Herring, and it was never Red Herring.
Jason with the comment, love the gray unis. Pewter Power, they're playing well. Adam, if you remember when we were sitting at the press conference on Thursday, I believe we were waiting for Tom Brady. I don't know, Leftwich may not have spoke yet, but either way, we were sitting there and waiting, and I was telling you that I was on a podcast, a Cincinnati podcast, and I gave my prediction. I said the Bucs are going to lose 27-14. That was before we saw that the Bucs are going to be wearing their pewter jerseys for this game. And then I said, well, now that I know that they're wearing the pewter jerseys, I think the Bucs are going to win 56-0, and they're not going to get the shutout, but there's a good chance that they could win 56-3. I would sign up for that. So shout out to the pewter jerseys.
Once we saw that tweet, we knew it.
Also got a super chat from Trust, and thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Doesn't really matter what your question is. If you super chat us, you get to cut the line. So while we're in the middle of an important game for Bucs versus Bengals, Trustin wants to know if we have any idea when Ryan Jensen is coming back. And it is a great game. He says, great game. This game has been awesome to watch. I would not expect Ryan Jensen back this season. I'm not saying it's 100% that he's done, but if the Bucs do make the playoffs, it's really tough to just bring in a starting center that hasn't played all season long to mess up whatever continuity the offensive line has. And then what do? Do you put Robert Hainsey at guard? Do you just sit Robert Hainsey even though he's played really well? I don't see Ryan Jensen coming back.
See, I think that's the question right there, Matt. I do see the Bucs potentially bringing Jensen back and starting him in the playoffs if he's ready to go. And I think that's the big question there is, do you go with Hainsey at left guard or do you stick with Lev? It's a debate I've had behind the scenes with a couple of people. I personally think Hainsey's the better player, and I would want to move him over. I think the communication could be fantastic given that he's played center all year. But some other people who I respect very, very much think that they would probably stick with Lev there and let Hainsey stick as the backup.
Would either of those guys be options at left tackle if Jensen returned?
Neither have the arm length.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole reason.
Hainsey played it in college. Well, he played tackle in college, but I don't. That wouldn't help. I appreciate the consideration, but what would you do, Adam? Would you play Ryan Jensen, or is it too little, too late?
I think it's too little, too late. I mean, I've kind of seen what the Packers have done in recent years with David Bakhtiari, kind of bringing him along late in the season. And I just feel like that does mess up the communication because center is the most important position. That's the position where you're constantly communicating. And I feel like Hainsey has done it well since training camp, and trying to bring Jensen back into the fold, I don't know.
Yeah, be a little bit of a tough one. Josh, looking at this second half now, is it as simple as the Bucs just got to keep doing what they're doing, just keep the pedal to the metal? Are there really any adjustments that they need to make at this point?
I hope they don't. Well, I've said the first down stuff, right? But getting beyond that, the biggest thing that they need to do is not rest on the lead. Okay.
Yes.
You saw a team try and rest on the lead yesterday, and it led to the largest comeback in NFL history.
That was so awesome to watch. But also, just poor Matt Ryan.
I know, right? And I love the thing that Frank Reich had the largest comeback in NFL history.
Right.
Then got canned by the
With
Colts,
Bills.
only to have his replacement be on the other side of it. There's some serendipity for Reich right there.
No, that game was so awesome. Shout out to the Vikings for making that comeback. I had the Vikings, Chiefs, and Eagles in a parlay, and I was like, all right, well, I didn't hit that parlay. The Vikings aren't even going to come close. And then they came back and won. So
money
that's
line
really
on
awesome.
all three?
Yeah, just a money line parlay.
You sweated all 3 games.
I know. I know. That's why I was glad the stream was going on. So I only had it in the back of my head. It wasn't something I was going crazy about. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Josh. I apologize.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I actually gave Bailey Detroit plus like 1.5. I gave him who was it else?
Oh, yeah.
Jacksonville minus.
How are your kids' picks doing? You had that awesome video.
I got to
today.
track that. They've had a few hit. So I'm excited to check it at the end of the day. They did take the Bucs plus 3.5, so they're looking very good for that one. But it was funny because I gave Bailey, like I said, I gave him Jacksonville like plus 3, I think it was, or something like that. Detroit plus 1.5, and then the Eagles and Kansas City on money lines. And I texted him like halfway through the Eagles and the Kansas City game. I was like, I'm so glad I didn't give you the spreads on those.
Yeah.
So,
oh man, want to get to another super chat from Trustin again. Thanks, Trustin. Trustin Vorbeck, the $4.99 super chat. Play action, play action, play action, with an exclamation point on the last one. Keep it going. This is Brady's game and where he thrives. Let Brady bring the plays he likes to Leftwich. Done. Yeah, play action was huge. They ran it a ton. By the way, Josh, this is also what I want to say. And yes, they got to keep it the play action and throwing it on first down. They scored a touchdown on a screen play, on the swing pass screen to Chris Godwin that I loathe. And even that's working.
Well, I think it was where they used it and when they used it, right? It was a first down screen. They normally do screens on second. That's their tendency. That's what teams look for. They did it down by the goal line where they don't normally run screens. So, again, these are counters to their tendencies, and they're catching the Bengals off guard. That's all we've ever wanted. To Trustin's point, and then I'll jump off because I know the kickoff just happening. Devin Tompkins. Okay. Tom Brady is one of the top 5 or 6 in efficiency on play action in the NFL this year, and the Bucs run it like the 3rd fewest. So to Trustin's point, absolutely, they need to keep doing it more because he's great at it. So I'll leave you guys with that.
Josh, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate your insight and everything that you bring to us. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Josh. Okay. I know I'm ahead of you, so this is what I'm going to do. There's the kickoff.
Yep.
They're going to show Tracy Wolfson, the sideline reporter. Then they're going to show Zach Taylor. Let me know when the play clock gets to 20 seconds. The camera will be on Zach Taylor. When the play clock gets to 20 seconds, you let me know, and I'm going to hit play.
It might be like a minute on that one.
Damn, you're like really far behind.
I don't know what happened. Like, this is
That's
tough.
all right. Everyone can watch the game, enjoy it, and then get back to
we got analysis. So
yeah. And it gives me time to change the ticker.
Yeah.
To the 3rd quarter. Yeah, so you haven't even seen the
So I saw the kickoff.
Oh, so then it should be coming soon.
Okay.
It went to Tracy
Wolfson.
Yeah, then it's going to go to Zach Taylor. 14:56 on the game clock, and then when it gets to 20 seconds on the play clock.
Okay.
Ready in hand.
Okay, we got Todd Bowles. 3, 2, 1. All right, we're good.
Cool. Liked how that worked. All right, Bucs starting. Not the best kickoff, but whatever. Inside the 18, they run it with Rachaad White. Picks up 5-6 yards. I
like that. Coquette motion too.
Yeah.
On that side.
Way more motion today. Way more motion.
And not bad motion, like actually like game
Yeah.
planning. And
That's what someone was saying. It's like half their motion is just like the tight end going from one side to the other or the fullback. And like they're actually moving their receivers and doing different things, which is like really wow. I obviously we're not watching the Cardinals game, but Colt McCoy has been ruled out with a concussion. That obviously will affect the Bucs next week. Brady throws it over the middle, just short of Mike Evans. Evans looking
Who's
for
his
a
backup?
penalty. I don't know.
like Strevler, is that the guy? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the third string quarterbacks of a lot of teams. For the Bucs, it's easy.
Oh,
It's Kyle
Trace
Trask.
McSorley from
McSorley?
the Ravens back. Yeah, McSorley.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Damn. Well, the Bucs really can't lose that one.
Yeah.
3rd and 6 for Tampa Bay. Brady's in shotgun. He's got Rashad White to his right. Mike Evans to his right. Dumps it off to White. I don't know if that was a screen or not. He heads up the field. He's going to be a yard short. Don't love that. Oh,
Looks like they
man.
swung Shaq Mason out to the right, kind of like on a mini screenplay.
Yeah, of course. That's
Worked
the
out
first,
better than I thought.
That's the first 3 and out for the Bucs in the game. So not going to go crazy, but not ideal. Bengals have a little momentum from that no huddle. Well, final drive. We'll see if they kind of keep similar to that, or one touchdown and it's a close game again
for sure.
Oh
no!
Oh no! The snap got botched. Unless they try to fake, but either way, it's a fumble. It's recovered by Giovanni Bernard, but that doesn't matter. Oh
no.
My goodness! What the heck happened? Were they trying to run a fake?
Was that a fake?
I think they were trying to run a fake. Gio Bernard against his old team. Gio Bernard did not look like he saw it coming.
No. He's like, the ball to me?
He had no idea that ball was coming.
Yeah.
It was
Unless it was just a completely bad snap.
Where they're showing Keith Armstrong. Can't really tell what happened. Man, that is literally the worst. Well, outside of a pick six, that's like the last thing that could have happened. Burrow has time. He's going to scramble, head inside the 5, gets the first down. That doesn't help my passing yardage. Oh, my goodness. Hey, we say a complete game. That includes special teams.
And the second half. Hopefully this isn't the return of what we've seen the past few weeks.
Whew.
Mixing up the middle, gets stopped, and thrown
Slammed
to the ground.
by Keanu Neal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so confused right now by that play.
Yeah.
But anyway, like it's been most of the season, going to be on the Bucs defense to bring this one home.
Now, Gio hasn't made an offensive snap all year, and what a way to
yeah, right?
make an impact.
Yeah, I guess
there.
that goes
Not in
down
good
as
way.
a fumble for him. It looked like am I wrong for saying it looked like he had no idea it was coming?
Yeah.
Bucs send
like
the blitz
no
on
awareness.
2nd and goal. Nice pass breakup by Logan Ryan. It seems like all the Bucs defensive backs, they have a group celebration where they go, I don't know if they're doing the row the boat thing or whatever.
We got the grave diggers. We got the boat rowers.
Yeah.
Almost skipped by Hicks there.
Yeah, Akeem Hicks almost got it too.
I definitely feel like the communication in the secondary.
Well, that's
is
what
a
Logan
lot
Ryan
better.
brings. All right, they got Jamar
Yeah.
Chase in the slot, but going up against Carlton Davis, so that's always a fun matchup. Big 3rd down for the Bucs, can still make it a 2-possession game. Burrow looking to his right. They send the blitz. He gets hit. Throws. Broken up again by Carlton Davis.
Yep.
What a great job by Davis, who does the celebration again. Oh, my goodness. One-on-one
White there
against
too?
Jamar Chase, and Davis wins the battle again. Stays with them. Little bit of grabbing, but not too egregious for a penalty. Carlton Davis. My goodness.
Have a game. It's either a shovel or a row.
Yeah.
Looks like a row.
One or the other. All right, McPherson has a chip shot field goal. But that's a
Still a
great
two-possession
job by
game.
the Bucs defense. A fantastic job. Again, doesn't kill them now. You know, but Bengals still need to score twice.
Silver lining, they weren't on the field that long. Get the tired Bengals defense back out there.
Oh, man, Carlton Davis, what a job. What a job. Give me one moment to update the ticker. 17-6. Ooh, man, that play had me fired up by Carlton Davis. The only other time I really get that fired up is when I'm having a Celsius energy drink, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. The vibes are always high on this show, whether the Bucs are winning or losing. They are winning right now. Make sure you check out all the variety of flavors that they have, from the Arctic peach and tropical vibes to the what else we got? The classic orange, sparkling kiwi guava, ton of awesome different flavors. 7 essential vitamins, which is key. So the 7 essential vitamins, 0 sugar or preservatives. It's a healthy energy drink. Just gives you the essential energy to get you through your day. Go to the Celsius store locator, punch in your address, and find out where you can get one near you at your local convenience store or bodega. Use it as a substitute for coffee. If you're a coffee drinker, but want to try out a different option. I know Scott Reynolds and Blaine Gabbert, everyone's favorite backup quarterback, they have substituted it. No more coffee, now Celsius. So go to the store locator, check out where you can get one, or buy them in bulk over at Amazon. Get the variety packs, variety spice of life. Have it set up to your house or apartment every 1, 2, or 3 weeks whenever you want to get it. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Let's also hear a message from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. They have testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, and stem cell therapy. It's helped John Gilmore, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, who's also on the Pewter Tailgate show. It's helped Scott Reynolds. He's spoken very highly of it. And so check it out today. See how it can help you. Devin Tompkins takes the kick. Once again, oh no, Devin Tompkins. Oh no, Devin Tompkins.
No. This is not what you want to see.
This is going from bad to worse. Hey, we praised Devin Tompkins last week, but we gotta give him criticism there. I respect breaking the tackles and stuff, but you can't start going backwards, man. I know your momentum took you that way a little bit, but I mean,
he was back near the goal line.
Yeah, even before he was initially hit.
Yeah.
I mean, he got hit at the 15-yard line, you know? They got to start just letting that go for a touchback, man.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams gain more net yardage, like returning them.
Yeah, I mean, they're inside their own 10 on a kickoff.
Yeah.
That should never happen. Unless it's one of those, like, 15-yard penalty for a play previously, and then you're kicking off in midfield, and you purposely kick it like that. But, man. Special
There's
teams.
just a lot of things that go wrong on that.
I mean, let's face it, Adam. Special teams, you had a missed field goal. And again, I understand 50 yards is far, but in today's NFL, most kickers can hit a 50-yarder. So you had a missed field goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a missed field goal as Brady connects with Fournette, who gets the first down. All right. You had a miss. Okay, so suck up miss there. You had the botched fake punt or the fake punt that everyone knew except for the guy getting the ball.
Yeah.
and now 2 really bad returns in the second half. So something you have to.
That element of the game can kill you if you're not.
Field position's everything. The Bucs were winning it easily in the first half as they run it. Fournette to the outside, has room. That's going to come back. That's coming back. It's going to be a legal block in the back. And I think Mike Evans, his second penalty of the game. Damn, that sucks.
See, the Bucs played a good first 30 minutes of football, but got to be consistent.
60-minute game.
Yeah.
Holding.
O'Keefe,
huh? Interesting.
He's not a guy that makes many mistakes either.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much hugging him. It's not ideal.
He was in the Christmas spirit. That's what it was.
Yeah, very giving. He's like the origin of Santa in that one show. I forgot what it's called. They're like, he's Mr. Something. Nah, 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 nah. People in the chat will know. What is it?
Rudolph. Here's Mr.
It's not Rudolph. Anyway. 2nd and 20. So now the Bucs. This is where it's killed the Bucs like all year long. Is the,
now they're showing the segment of the special teams.
Oh yeah. How does everyone know but the guy getting the ball? I don't know what Tony Romo's saying, but it seems like maybe an audible was called at the line of scrimmage. Maybe they saw something that they liked. 2nd and 20 for Tampa Bay. Man, that holding penalty really killed him. Brady and shotgun, moving back, throws over the middle, caught by Godwin, so they will have a third and manageable. Really snuck it into a tight window. Jeez.
Now, are you a fan of like the fake punts, or would you rather I'd rather just have the offense come out if you're going to do a fake punt?
I think the element of surprise is important. You know what a fake punt I like? I'm for a fake punt, like one a year, something like that. The Rams have perfected it. They did it with Johnny Hecker a ton, and then they've done it with their new punter, where the gunners run like they're going down, but then instead of just going straight down, they like go in for a corner route or whatever, where like the other team trying to block the gunner, they're not expecting that. So they're not prepared for it at all. So you got to trust oh boy, Brady is picked. Things have gone from bad to worse. I mean, he was down when Cam Brady was.
He was definitely down.
That's
What, Trey Flowers?
That is Trey Flowers. Things
Former
go
Seahawk,
from
I
bad
believe.
to worse for the Bucs. 2 turnovers in their own area. And if Devin Tompkins returns this next kick when the Bengals inevitably get a field goal, man, how do you not get your hand on the ball, Cam Brady?
He was kind of led too far.
If he returns it from like far into the end zone. If it's right on the goal line, fine. Man. Things are
on the break pass. I feel like he was led too far. Let's
get to some comments here because I know people are not going to be happy.
No, not anymore.
Man says, WTF, is Otten injured? Ed says it's a bad throw. Buck squad just puking. Low ball Brady. They're doing their best to F it up as Burrow connects with Boyd. Boyd.
Yeah.
A lot of Boyd today, not too much Higgins. Matthew says, fire Brait. He is soft. I'm sure the other F was just a typo. Can't be getting holding, calling, and starting at the 8. Yeah. Brait should be out of this lineup. I think it's a little bit on both. Burrow and shotgun on 2nd and 4. He's going to hand it off to Mixon, who really hasn't done anything this game.
We've stopped him.
Keem Hicks with the nice tackle. Anthony Nelson, A. Nelly, and Nacho in there too.
After that whole debacle, if they can hold him to 3, definitely would take that.
Right. And again, it would be an 8-point game.
Yeah.
My goodness. Bucs really trying to just give this game away. Burrow looking for the end zone, looking for Chase. He dropped it. That should have been a penalty on Sean Murphy-Bunting. He straight up grabbed him on the back.
I didn't like SMB on Chase there. Like, I saw Davis on the opposite side. I'm like, oh no.
I'm surprised the Bengals didn't try to do this earlier because Carlton just stays on one side. He clearly grabbed him by the jersey and held on to him.
Could have been an
Bengals
easy catch.
Going to go for it, so we shall see. Bucs can bail themselves out. 4th and 3. Interesting. The analytics game. Chase in the slot. Lavonte David is guarding him. They get pressure, though. Devin White chasing him all over the field. Anthony Nelson as well. Burrow loses a ton of yards and is sacked at midfield.
I can't believe that.
Oh, my goodness. What a great job by Devin White and Anthony Nelson. There's a flag. Penalty on the play. Dear Mother of God, it's a holding penalty on Lavonte David.
No. Oh, my gosh.
That's a momentum swing and a half.
You ain't lying.
Oh, my God. The second one's kind of bad.
Yeah.
Oh, if they were just going to call for that first one, I'd be like, Jesus.
Man, Devin White had Joe Burrow scrambling.
He ran back 20 yards.
Yeah. You never see that.
Yeah, even on a 4th down, I've never seen a play like that. I mean, right away, I was like, holy crap. Lavonte David is guarding Jamar Chase. Oh, that hurts. So it gives the Bengals an automatic first down. You got they have to run it on this play. Joe Burrow just ran it 20 yards backwards. Yeah, they do a pitch to the outside to Mixon. He picks up like 4 or 5 yards. Oh, my goodness.
Momentum has truly shifted.
Goodness gracious. I mean, they almost played a perfect first half and just an absolutely dreadful second half. I keep thinking that offense, that offensive tackle, he did that a little bit in the first half of like getting set before the snap goes. Oh my God. That was wild.
Yeah.
Let's get the ticker going. I had that down for a bit. Maybe the ticker will bring the Bucs some luck.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. 2nd and 11 for Tampa Bay on defense, trying to stop the Bengals. Burrow looking to his left. It's caught. Short gain by the tight end, Wilcox. Edwards and Devin White in on the tackle. I think if the Bucs win this game, they got to wear pewter the rest of the season.
I agree.
I don't know if they already have it planned out and stuff, what jerseys are going to wear. At least for the home games. They will have a home game if they make the playoffs.
Yeah. Crowd is fired up here for the 3rd down.
Yeah, how could you not be? See if they blitz the house again. Doesn't look like it. We'll see what Devin White does. Oh, I get what that commenter means about the karate belt for Devin White. Oh, they run a screen to Chase. He has the outside. Oh, Carlton. They're going to get Carlton for the face mask. Too good to be true. He got him. He got him in the face mask. I don't know what he's complaining about.
Everything that went right, though, in the second half, it just imploded.
Is it 15? Yeah, of course, they cut away. I'm trying to read the lips of the... Wait, what? They said it was on JTS? It's actually Davis, though. Oh, he kind of got the side of his helmet. I don't know if that counts. That doesn't matter. It's already called. They're not going to return it.
Yeah.
Whew, tough. This has been the longest drive that started from like the 30 in the history of football.
Yeah, 4 minutes. Only 26 yards.
Jeez. Talking about methodical.
Yeah.
First and goal for the Bengals inside the 5. They go play action. Burrow has time, throws to his right, looking, touchdown Bengals. T. Higgins finally gets in on the action. Haven't heard his name too much, but does get the touchdown there. And the Bengals will go for 2 to try to make it a 3-point game.
I thought JTS almost had the sack there.
Came close. And who did he beat? Sean Murphy-Bunting. Tough.
Yeah.
Tough. But crucial play to get this stop. And Bengals will call a timeout. That's a costly one.
Yeah.
You know? I get it. It's really important, but either way, you're going to need to score again. It's a bad timeout there. Is he complaining about the play clock? Yeah. Yeah, Taylor's having issues. he's really giving it to the refs there.
Yeah.
All right, so to set the stage, again, our viewing of the game is a couple of a play or two behind what's actually going live in the game. So you have already seen the 2-point conversion. We are going to give our reaction to whether they got it or not. 5:42 to go in the third quarter. Bucs up 17-12, trying to keep it that way as the Bengals go for 2. D. Delaney in the game.
Yeah.
Boyd. Burrow in shotgun, looking to his left, has time, throwing that way. Oh, a nice play by D. Delaney, friend of the program.
Broke it up.
Great job by there to keep it 17-12. It looked like Burrow was going to drop it right in the breadbasket as they immediately cut to the interception. Kind of odd. As they're showing the sequence of plays. What a nice job by D. Delaney. That's obviously more of a favorable matchup for the Bengals.
Yeah.
But it's D. Delaney that gets the big stop for the Buccaneers. So it's 17-12 with a little more than 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, which has been largely dominated by the Cincinnati Bengals as the Bucs have had 2 turnovers in their own area. Let's get to some comments by everyone in the chat now. Great participation by everyone. I'm just laughing at this comment. F the refs, says Eater. What else do we got? Spunky Boy said, you just said getting smacked by the Bills isn't good. Make up your mind. Don't know who you're arguing with, but I don't know. Common Sense say refs been suspect, but offense been bad again. I would say more. Well, I guess the second one obviously was on the offense.
Yeah.
Stan Glassman. It feels like they had to score a touchdown. Refs wouldn't let any other option. Where is the hold on JTS?
That's what I was wondering. On that play, just before he got the ball out, he grabbed him one more time.
You're talking about
the Higgins touchdown.
Oh, okay.
Because it looked like it was a hold, but
I thought it was because CBS put up the graphic, the face mask penalty. They said it was on Joe Tryon-Shanka, but it was on Carlton. So.
Yeah,
I think that's the call they went with. I have the volume down, so I don't know what they're doing. Buck Squad SMB is puke or puke emoji. Makes them want to puke. Stan Glassman says the face mask was a bad call. This isn't the ref's fault. It's the Bucs. 3 big crucial penalties on that one effing drive. Brate. Refs are calling things they clearly didn't see.
Couldn't have come at a worse time either.
JTS is never close to sacking anyone. Bust. F the refs, bench Brate. All right, Devin Tompkins, don't do anything silly. As McPherson kicks it off. All right, he has to return this. All right, he gets to the 20. That's manageable. Again, he could have just let it land in the end zone. But it is what it is. All right, huge drive for the Bucs. They've gotten nothing in this second half.
Yeah.
Haven't really possessed the ball for much. That second drive, it killed them with the turnover. Or sorry, with the holding penalty that led to the turnover. Brady's still having a solid game.
Besides that one pick, yeah.
And they hand it to the outside to Rachaad White. Getting back to run it on first down. Just what they need. Gonna kill the clock for the rest of the game in the freaking third quarter.
I refreshed my feed, and I think I actually went like 3 seconds behind, but it's okay.
Behind me?
Yeah.
I'm not pausing.
He just got the handoff. So
Brady in shotgun. Moving around in the pocket, has no time. Throws it over the middle. Oh, and it's dropped by Russell Gage. It was a low throw. Would have been tough, but he probably should have caught it. Oh, man. All right, I'll pause it for 2 seconds.
All right.
1.
Appreciate you.
2. Play. I'm surprised Brady didn't get sacked there.
Yeah.
Moved around in the pocket, move forward, move back. You got to catch that, Russell Gage. You're in the NFL.
Had the touchdown catch earlier.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you can just chill for the rest of the game.
They're not getting bored.
Oh, Brady was down. He was down. Brady is sacked. You can't. This ref is an idiot. This ref is an absolute moron. His back is, he doesn't even see Brady go down. There's a wall of players right there. He was clearly down.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'm going to sound like a dumbass. I'm wrong here. He looked like clearly down. Oh, no. All right, I'm the idiot. Brady was not down. This is a nightmare of a third quarter for the Bucs. Ooh, that was close.
Oh, yeah. Matt, what happened?
Huh?
In the second half, in the third quarter, what happened? What switch was flipped?
Honestly, I think the punt changed everything. Because, like, if you punt it away, you got to force the Bengals to drive all the way down the field. They just stopped being aggressive. Burrow with the ball. Caught by Chase. Breaks a tackle. Breaks 2 more tackles. Breaks a third. Oh, boy.
The field position is killing him.
Oh, my God. I mean, what the hell is going on? I can't even blame the defense. I mean, the Bengals are getting the ball at the 30-yard line every time.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Run with P. Ryan. Akeem Hicks just, like, smacked the offensive lineman in the helmet. As P. Ryan gets the first down. I mean, This is like the age-old question. Would you rather get blown out like they did against the 49ers or allow a 17-point comeback?
See, a loss like this stings more. Like, I get what I think that was what Bowles was saying.
A couple
like,
of the
it's easy
players
to
said
get
it
over a
too.
defeat.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I'm with you because you never had a chance. Oh, JTS with the pass breakup. I think JTS is thinking, like, why didn't I just pick it off?
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, he throws underneath. Oh, man. Yeah, he could have easily just picked that off. Even Nacho is getting angry at it. JTS.
Had a guy to block, and he could just run straight.
Oh, yeah, it would have been.
Man.
I'm sure, like, Jamar Chase or someone would have been quick enough to, like, eventually, at some point down the field, catch up to him, get to him.
Yeah. I mean, he has a hip injury. Probably wouldn't have ran that far.
Yeah, that's true. And you're not going to lateral it to Nacho, with all due respect to Nacho.
That would be pretty epic, though.
All right, big stop by the Bucs. Will Golson in on it? Does Golson have one of his hands wrapped? Well, not his left hand.
No.
Oh, looked like he had it wrapped for a moment. Whew. Well, worst case, the Bucs are tied. They can't lose on this drive.
Yeah.
All right, you got Chase on Davis. Davis on Chase, so that's good. He's looking for Chase. Oh, in the corner. Oh, D. Delaney fell. It's caught by Boyd. Touchdown, Bengals. Ooh. Oh, wait, what was I saying? Of course the Bengals have the lead. I don't know what I was saying. This third quarter has not been good for my mind.
Bad to worst.
Bengals will probably go for 2 again to make it a 3-point game.
Yeah. Not one single thing in the third quarter has gone right.
I'm running out of things to say. I mean,
we're getting to that point again.
But this is even worse, Adam. Like, all the turnovers, you're up 17-0, 17-3 at halftime.
It was fool's gold.
It was fool's gold. Bucs send the house. It's still caught. They beat SMB. Higgins again. It's 2017 Bengals. Man, I wish I live bet the Bengals. Oh, this is a collapse. This is a choke job.
Of Matt Ryan proportions.
Yeah. Matt Ryan sitting there being like, how could they let up this lead?
Yeah.
Whew. This is bad, bad, bad. 20-17. The Bucs are down. And it's still the third quarter.
Yeah. It's the longest third quarter.
Absolutely wild. Bucs are down, trying to get back up, but when you're over at pin chases, you're trying to knock down those pins and hope they don't get back up. You only want them to get back up once you hit a strike and the little machine in the back goes to pick it up. Make sure you check out pin chases. You could probably have a lot more fun there than watching the Bucs right now just blow this lead. They have multiple locations, including one pretty close to the Advent Health Training Center where the Bucs have their practices. It's a fun night out with friends and family. You control whether you win or lose. You don't have to rely on the Bucs in that part of it. Food's great, very underrated, from the pizza to the chicken tendies to the nachos. They got brunch on the weekends. That's super awesome. You can book a birthday party there for your kids because they got the bowling, they got the arcade area, so they can go back and forth from playing games to the video games as well. You can book a company party there, an office outing at any time of the year. Do it for next year's holiday season. Probably too late right now to do it for this year, but get on top of that for next year, or really at any point in the year when you have a company or any type of outing, really. Great time out. ton of different deals, from the all-you-can-eat pizza to the all-you-can-bowl, dollar beers. Bucs fans could probably use a couple of beers depending on how this game ends. But yeah, check out Pin Chasers and pinchasers.net to see all of the great different deals that they have in store for you. I'm talking to you. Let's get to some of the comments by the Pewter people, everyone in the chat. Warren G says, our defense is bad. B-A-D, bad.
Defense, offense, special teams.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, they've all contributed to this just
to
epic
some
collapse.
extent.
No huddle, up tempo.
Might be a good time.
Straight up losers, not even worth talking about. Not worth even talking about. It's always someone with this team, says Lord Jimbo 2. Or the second. Spunky boy, that's what happens when you turn it over 3 straight times at your 20. Yeah. That's gonna Shaggy, great comment. They are who they thought they were. Obviously going back to the Denny Green post-game press conference. RIP to him. I think it's Denny Green or Dennis Green.
Dennis Green?
But yeah, Dennis Green. RIP to him. That infamous post-game press conference. Lavonte David is finished. Dude just gave it all away. I don't think that's true. I mean, the holding penalty was tough, but
That
he had a
killed
strip
him.
sack early
Ugh.
in the game.
Yeah.
Chris Godwin does a lot with the little, makes a catch and run, excuse me, for about 8 yards. Puck squad, this gets funny after a while. Boy, someone said comedy of errors. Absolutely, unequivocally true.
Went from a feel-good movie, you know.
Yeah, this quickly went to a horror film.
Yeah.
2nd and 3 for the Bucs. They're even struggling just to get a first down right now as they run it on 2nd down. And they do get the first down. Look at that. Leonard Fournette making the big play. Who would have thought we'd be in a dogfight here with a minute to go in the second quarter? Donovan Smith was on the ground for a while, and not one teammate was around him to help him up.
Oh. He was looking at the Bengals guys like, give me a hand.
Yeah. Could have done the, like, put your hand out and then
yeah,
take it away. Brady under center. They're going to run it. Oh, no! Fournette dropped the ball. It's loose. It's a fumble. Who recovered? Oh, the Bengals say they have it.
Please no.
And it's the Bengals ball. That's 4 turnovers in the third quarter.
It is funny after a while, isn't it?
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
4 turnovers in the third quarter. 3 fumbles and an interception. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And that was a simple handoff. Nothing is going right for this team. Oh, I'm tuning this out. Oh, my God. 4 turnovers.
That was a nice lead they had.
Jesus.
And you can't even put this on the coaching.
No.
Like, it's not Leftwich's fault, not Bull's fault.
Burrow taking a shot down the field. It's dropped by Sean Murphy Bunting. Had a chance to retake the momentum.
Yeah.
And it's dropped. Oh, it was right to him. He had enough room. He didn't even need to toe tap it.
Both hands on it.
I can't even tweet fast enough without something crazy happening. Burrow sidearms it. Caught for a short gain. Lavonte makes a tackle. Jeez. I'm writing all this down. They got like a montage video later on.
Oh boy. Might have a lot of clips. Just one quarter.
We're just gonna call
music
this
in the background. Like some theme music.
yeah, like the Curb Your This has been the third quarter from hell. Like, there's no other way to describe it. Up 3rd and 8 completed. Now Jamar Chase finally gets the better of Carlton Davis.
The Grinch took our game.
Yeah. How the Grinch stole the Bucs win. Wow, it's 7-7 in the Titans-Chargers game.
Really?
In
Malik
the fourth
Willis?
quarter. Yeah,
Is
I
he
mean,
still
I know Ryan Tannehill's not playing, but geez.
You got Justin Herbert in that offense. I don't think the Bucs know how to get past 17 points in a game.
No, it's legally, it's not allowed. It's in Tom Brady's contract. That's it for the third quarter. Bucs are down 20-17 and cannot go more than 5 plays without turning the ball over. Oh my God. That was the third quarter from hell. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Absolutely, like, my brain is melting. Like, absolutely melting. I know one thing that actually legitimately would cheer me up is if I won some money at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it. Right.
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can win big over at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa.
Bucs aren't winning big. They were.
They were.
Can anybody win? Can the Bucs?
I'm just laughing because in your room where the Bucs flag is, your head is like perfectly lined up.
Oh,
where
in
the cords
between.
come out, and it looks like you got elf ears. It's absolutely hilarious.
A little bit.
Yeah, just for anyone else that noticed it. Let's get to some comments. Frank G, always a loyal listener and a big fan of me. So I appreciate you, Frank G. This is all on the offense. Release all the offense. Spunky Boy also says it's on the offense. I'm with you. I agree with you guys. It's all on the offense.
Well, what, 75% of it offense and then the other 25% special teams?
Yeah, the special teams definitely played a role. I mean, obviously the first fumble and just being so backed up the whole time. At least the Bucs offense on that last fumble had the wherewithal to get to at least like the 35 or the 40. Brady hasn't made decisions today. I mean, I don't know. The interception was bad. The fumble, is that on him? Is that on the offensive line?
Yeah.
S. Brady. Hey, look, the floor fell out. 1st and 10, 15 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, the last quarter, unless there's overtime.
Yeah.
Good stop by the Bucs. On 1st down. Whew. Oh, there we go. Brady seems pretty like cool, calm, collected.
I find it funny that he's wearing like the big jacket on the sidelines, like it's
Right.
cold out.
It's cold in Tampa.
Yeah.
Just the way you like it. And Hard Rock song stuck in my
jingle.
head. Yeah. Burrow looking to his right. Oh! Higgins bounced off him. SMP. I was going to say Johnny on the spot with not getting another interception, but Johnny come lately is probably the better option. Oh, we got a hand on it.
Yeah. Tough for SMB, though.
Yeah. Finally comes back, gets an opportunity to start at corner with Jamel Dean out. 3rd down for Tampa Bay on defense. 3rd and 9. Burrow and shotgun, empty backfield. He's going to run, throws it, caught. And the Bengals are inside the 10. Logan Ryan makes the tackle, but too little, too late. Looked like he was grabbing his rib there or something.
Yeah.
You know what's sad, too, is like the one thing the Bucs did well on offense was not turning the ball over too much. And then they finally like do everything else right. And they just, all they do is turn the ball over now.
Comes in bunches.
Yeah. For one team. Burrow under center on 1st and goal, literally at the 10. He's going to hand it off to Mixon. He cuts to the outside. Group effort by Devin White, Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Keanu O'Neal to make it a short gain.
What did Bulls say after the first quarter? The best defense is keeping their offense off the field. That's all we've seen is their offense for the past quarter.
My goodness.
Devin just needs to like karate kick somebody with that belt on.
At this point. Oh, friend of the program, Pat O'Connor's in the game. Next to Logan Hall. And it's a touchdown for the Bengals, Jamar Chase. All the Bengals receivers getting a touchdown.
Yeah.
And now it's a it's a 2-possession game.
How quickly the tables have turned.
Yeah, or as Michael Scott would say, how the turntables. Oh yeah, you probably don't watch The Office because you don't watch anything.
Hey. That hurts. Got some time to catch up now.
You do. Oh, jeez.
The Bucs still have some time to catch up too, but
yeah. Hope is a dangerous thing. Someone said that earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, I had the Bengals. I mean, I'm not happy about it, but I had the Bengals winning 27-14. So I'm probably closest to actually getting that score. Let me update the banner because Bucs allowed another score.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, in a sick and sadistic way, the Bucs have like outdone themselves again. Like just when you think it could be absolutely horrible, they go and do this. I didn't think it was possible. I really did not. Man, this is a tough one.
Losing an XFL quarterbacks, getting blown out by Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Then having the lead against the best quarterback, arguably in football, and they're like, nah, let's blow it.
We're good. We're gonna finally turn the ball over. We got you. We're gonna outdo ourselves. We got you.
Or they just love the drama.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know what? Until the clock hits 0, Bucs are gonna still try to stay in this game and try to take a lead. So they got to put some more points up. And if you have trouble getting it up, check out Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
It was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Feel better, have better sex, using Age Rejuvenation. John Gilmore speaks very highly of it. Scott Reynolds speaks very highly of it. He's talked about how he's lost weight. He's feeling younger. He turned 50 this year, but he says that he feels like he's 40 now. Don't wait. Go check it out. Go to agerejuvenation.com. They're great with testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, stem cell. John Gilmore said that he thinks he could still play. So both guys feeling younger as they get a little bit older in age, and it can help you. So check out Age Rejuvenation. We'll see if the Bucs offense can get rejuvenated right now, or at least start by not turning the ball over, Adam. I think that'd be a good place to start.
Yeah, definitely. I just saw this tweet from Pro Football Focus, and they showed that Tom Brady, while leading by 17 or more, is 89-0.
Oh,
he's just looking for records to break.
That's true. He's broken so many.
Yeah.
He's running. Yeah. This also isn't even going to help my overall passing yards with Joe Burrow, because every freaking drive has been at like the 30-yard line.
Yeah. I didn't even think they had like 100 total yards that
probably
like,
not
in the third quarter.
It would not,
because
shock me.
On the 4 drives, it was like 20 yards, 15 yards.
Yeah, Joe Burrow only has 146 yards, so there's no way he's hitting that. So
yeah,
it's another loss in the column for me.
It's okay. We'll take him in stride.
Let's get to Bucs are about to start now. Scotty Miller goes in motion. Brady under center. You have Godwin to the right along with O'Keefe. Leonard Fournette in the backfield. They go play action. Brady cannot escape. He throws the ball away, so avoids the sack, but it's a ruined play right then and there. 2nd and 10 for the Bucs, who must start throwing it.
Yeah.
They have 12 and a half minutes to go. And you're down 10. My goodness. I could really use the Titans to win today, but I don't think that's going to happen. Brady gets the snap and shotgun, looks to his left. It is caught by Russell Gage and gets the Bucs a first down. Look at that. Russell Gage making a play.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean at the Chargers-Titans. They just scored.
Cam Taylor-Britt is down on the... Oh, sorry. Cam Britt-Taylor is down on the field. Oh, he's writhing in pain, too. It doesn't look like... Doesn't look great for him. That does take another corner off the field, off the defense for the Bengals, who were already limited in that space to begin with. So, hate to see anyone get injured, but I mean, Bucs are gonna have to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah. I mean, they're missing Hendrickson. They're missing Awuzie, Hilton. Yeah. It's like they don't really have any game changers besides like DJ Reader and Jesse Bates.
Ed with the question, how could Vaughn not know there was a fake daydreaming when the play was called? So I think you mean Giovanni Bernard. He was the one in the back on that botched fake punt. I think, and we won't really get clarification until after the game, after we hear from Todd Bowles, who might not even give an answer. He'll probably just say it's bad play calling or something.
Didn't execute.
Yeah, didn't execute right. What I think happened is they either called it before they went out there and Giovanni Bernard just didn't get the memo, or they went in going to punt it, saw something in the alignment of the Bengals that said, hey, we can fake it here. And they called for the fake, whatever the snap, whatever the call was, whatever the cadence was. And then they decided to run it, and Bernard just didn't know because he didn't hear the cadence or didn't think the cadence meant to audible it. And yeah, and that wasn't just, excuse me, the one reason why they lost or are losing, but that started the domino effect. That really did.
Yeah.
What about the other three? Says Spunky Boy. Those were all not good. I mean, the throw by Brady on the interception, Was it too leading? Was Brady supposed to be there? The fumble's kind of on Brady. I mean, bad on the offensive line, but you got to hold on to the ball. He knew he was getting hit too, which I think is the worst part. And then, the fumble on the handoff, that's as simple of a running play as you get.
Yeah.
Imagine just having a clean game from special teams there. Brady throwing deep down the field. And Evans draws the pass interference penalty. So Bucs do get a chunk play there. I would love you got to get the points no matter what. But I would love for the Bucs to get a touchdown. So
Yeah.
it's not as frantic at the end. Or you get the touchdown, then you score another touchdown, and you just win the game. Yeah, Evans beat Hill on the play, and then, if you don't turn your head around, they're going to call that a lot. He's like climbing over Hill trying to make the play. First snap in Cincinnati's territory this half. And they're running the ball down 10 with 12 minutes to go. And there's a flag.
I think that one's coming back.
Holding. Nick Leverett. So everyone doing their part to just put the kibosh on this team going anywhere. My goodness. See Leverett there. That's a tough one. I mean, they hold on every play, Brady in shotgun, empty backfield. Has to move in the pocket, gets hit, ball's up in the air. Pratt might have caught it.
No.
Brady got absolutely drilled.
It looked like it hit the ground.
That was close. I thought it was going to hit the ground, but I think he might have got his arms underneath it. Goodness gracious. Let's see. No, that's a catch.
Is it?
That never hit the ground. Watch the slow-mo replay. That ball never hits the ground. It just gets caught up in his arms. That never hit the ground. That's an interception for Pratt. So that's now 5 turnovers.
You're right. The most disappointing list is just growing. They put I can't believe it's not butter all over the football.
Yeah, what the heck, man?
Like they just can't hold on to it.
Bucs could take a knee and they'd somehow mess it up.
Yeah. Bengals on 3rd and 5 here. And it looks like they'll call timeout.
Again, a very close opportunity for Carlton Davis to get the stop. Man, this is a tough one.
Am I behind still? I switched it to my phone and actually went ahead.
No, it's 3rd and 5.
Okay.
Did you see the play?
Because they called timeout.
Oh, okay. Now they're just calling timeout. Well, I can fast forward, though, because I was ahead of you to begin with.
I'm ahead of you now.
Yeah. All right. What are you watching now? Did they go to Nance and Romo?
Yeah.
Are they still on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they just switched.
Okay. I'm just going to hit play. I'm going to be a couple seconds ahead of you. Burrow gets the snap. Looking to his right. Throws it down the field. He has Chase open. And Carlton Davis with another nice play. Bucs are going to get the stop.
He's been the only member of the secondary to actually show up today.
Oh, he hit him in the face mask too. That's probably another penalty. I don't mean to be laughing.
Yeah,
this is out of control.
That one's more blatant than the other one.
Yeah.
Hey, the refs bailed this out though for once.
Bengals going to go to the conservative route, as they should, up 10.
Yeah.
And they'll probably get, yep. No, all right. Bucs catch a break.
Wow.
No, they don't. They're going to say he's down at the 2. It hurts. All right. I mean, all the Bucs have done is turn the ball over. I kind of want to see, how many turnovers can they get now? Because it's only a 10-point game, so it's not like the Bucs are just going to give up, and they shouldn't,
Yeah.
Whoo. My God. I might have to do a circus, dun, 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 for the podcast.
That's the theme now.
Either that or the
song.
What's the one? It's like I don't know how to explain it besides do that tune, but
that's some Three Stooges.
Yeah, I don't know the name of it, but yeah. As they're showing the Brady movie that's coming out. Gronk, sure Bucs fans miss him. Let's get to a couple of comments. Has Tom ever had 4 picks? I would have to look that up. Maybe once in his career.
I think he had 5 in his second season in a game.
This must be the crappiest game ever. It's up there.
Complete 180.
Yeah. Geist 85 says you have to fire Bowles and Leftwich after this disaster. And what? Have an interim coach for 3 games? 27 unanswered. How could you not blame the coaches? Well, I mean, one was a handoff. How's that the coach's fault? Because Byron Leftwich called the handoff when you still had the lead or you're only down 3? The other one, Brady got hit as he was throwing. Is it Leftwich's fault that the offensive lineman didn't block? I don't know.
Really see this on the coaches. The players have to go out there and play.
Yeah.
And they just stop playing and showing energy.
Brian Sheffer, NFC South champs. That's true. Bucs still in first place. Frank G, once again, quoting Dennis Green. They are who they thought we were. We let them off the hook. Brady had time in the first half. Joshua says this game is mainly on Brady. Guys once again calling for the firing of Bowles and Leftwich. ISO me, PR Joshua. This solely on Brady. I'm not sugarcoating it for nobody. Brad wants to know
being dominant in the
why
first
on
half.
Brady. Shaggy wants Sad But True by Metallica for the podcast. Most of their points have been my mistakes. 100% true. As Brady throws it over the middle, nobody home. Spunky Boy says he threw 4 or 5 against the Bills. Did play them a lot.
It actually just showed a graphic tied for the most giveaways he's had at 4.
Oh, okay.
So
Matthew's a little positive. 98-yard drive. Well, good luck with that.
It's not Baker Mayfield.
No, it's not. Love Brady, but this is on him. Brady is washed, if we're being honest. I don't see it that way. Brady over the middle. Oh! Who was that? Gage? Gage gets absolutely smoked. Do you go for it here? I mean, how many more possessions are you going to get?
Why not? What's the worst that can happen? They've already had a short field so many times.
Brady gets hit on the play, too. Carl says not washed. I think you got to go for it. They're not going to go for it? Listen, I get it. You're deep in your territory. But you got to score twice.
Yeah, and the Bengals,
I mean,
when they get the ball back.
I guess you could say, well, they did that with the Saints, and they still came back. Well, the Saints are a little more inept than the Bengals.
Yeah.
Nice punt by Jay Camarda. Oy, Maron. Kevin says that Brady is washed. No more motion, no play action. It was obvious Bowles would turtle up. That's true. We haven't seen a lot of that.
No.
Love the runner out short of the sticks. That's a good comment. How many 3-and-outs is that now? I think that's at least 3. As Mixon has his best run of the game.
Are they calling that back?
Offensive line is no push. Penalty on the Bengals. Ed says, bring in Kyle Rudolph. He'll save the game. That's exactly what they need.
Hey, on a lighter note, the Cardinals were just eliminated from playoff contention.
There you go. Nothing to play for. Maybe they'll mail it in on Christmas. Who'd they play? Oh, the Broncos.
Yeah.
I think I bet the Broncos in that game.
Oh no, the Bucs, the way they're playing, they'd get a Christmas gift like that matchup on Christmas Day, and they'd return it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, let's see how I'm doing with my bets.
Hey, you hit Evans.
Yeah, but I'm not going to hit Burrow.
Did you insure it or no?
Nah. What does that mean?
Home.
Like I hit one of them?
Or you miss one of them and you get 4 or 5?
Oh, okay. Higgins makes the catch over the middle, running backwards. That helps the Bucs. Oh, Logan Ryan was looking for that ball. He came close. By the way, congratulations to Lionel Messi and Argentina on winning the World Cup today.
That was an amazing game.
That was way better than this game. Like,
yeah.
Insanely better. Yeah, want some good money on that, too. A lot of prop
It was
bets.
funny because the game ended at like 12:50, and then right
It was like, straight up perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Could Argentina beat the Bucs?
They have the formations down. They might.
Yeah. They're definitely faster than the Bucs.
Hey, it's Todd Bowles' favorite player. Remember, he won.
It is, yeah. I forgot to tweet that out. Like, congrats to Todd Bowles' favorite soccer player, Lionel Messi. Maybe after the game, I'll be like, Todd Bowles was not inspired by his favorite player, Lionel Messi, winning the World Cup to lead the Bucs to a win. Third and 5 for the Bengals. Bucs need I mean, They really need a turnover. I doubt they're going to get that. They really need to stop in the absolute worst way. Because then the Bucs are going to have to go up tempo, and that's where Tom Brady really shines.
Yeah. Oh, no, they need a Christmas miracle.
And they run a screen, missed tackle, another missed tackle, first down. Bucs had it right in their hands. They had it right in their hands, and 2 missed tackles.
I feel like every week we reach this point of just like, what's going on?
Yeah.
What are we watching?
No, it's true. What a nightmare.
Man, the way the defense is playing, I didn't think we'd give up 27.
But I don't even blame the defense.
It's not on the defense, but like I didn't see the Bengals putting up this many points. But the way we've just blown it and the magnitude of which we've blown it.
The Bengals didn't have one drive, with the exception of the 2-minute offense on the last drive of the second quarter, where they actually moved the ball down the field and scored points. Everything else, they've been at midfield or better. You know, like, you can't expect the defense to be perfect. This is all on the offense and special teams.
100%.
Second and 8. Burrow still throwing. Gets it to Mixon. Who gets the first down? Look at that. A team gets the first down before it gets the third down. I remember when the Bucs used to do that for 2 quarters. I mean, especially when Todd Bowles said after, I'm not trying to bring up last week, but like the post-game press conference and this week, it was all about, hey, like what type of team do you want to be? You have 4 games to prove it. Like, this is your time to do it. And nothing.
I'm reminded of that one meme where it's like, you had me in the first half.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, you should find that and tweet it out.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon just breaking tackles left and right. Could have been a 3-yard loss. Ends up a 4-yard gain. Another 3-yarder.
I thought this was finally the week.
For 2 quarters, it did. I mean, Bucs playing some of the most uninspiring football I've ever seen. Like, at least the Colts got it to overtime before they blew it.
Yeah.
Like, the Bengals not only are going to come back from down 17, they're going to cover easily. Easily.
And they're just burning clock now, too.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted the Bucs to go for it, because that's what the Bengals were going to do. Like, under 10 minutes.
Can you imagine, like, if they score a touchdown on this drive, the game's over. It's probably over even if they kick a field goal. But, like, they were down 17-0. They're going to win this game by 17. They've outscored them 24-0 in the second half. Incredible. Truly incredible. Bucs send the blitz. It doesn't get there. Burrow gets it to Boyd. D. Delaney can't tackle him in time. It's a first down.
Ugh.
Wow. Can we just get a running clock at this point? Like, they're not going to get they'll get the ball back, but it won't be with a 10-point deficit.
Yeah.
We need a running clock. What's the night game is Giants Washington?
That'll be exciting for the wild card.
I'll bet on that game.
Taylor Heineke.
This one's in Washington, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Wow, Washington's a 4-point favorite.
I mean, the Giants have kind of stumbled since their hot start. They were like, what, 6-1?
Something like that.
Now they're 7-5-1 or something like that.
But they tied the last time they played. 4 points. The over-under's 40.5.
I would say over.
Yeah. I think I'm going to take the Giants. Hungry dogs run faster.
Like that?
Yeah, I didn't come up with it, but it's a common saying. Three and a half. No, less than that. 3:15 to go in this dreadful, absolutely dreadful second half. This is worse than the last. I mean, look, just look at all the players on the bench.
Yeah. Maybe they got bored.
Yeah, they might have gotten bored again. Defense can't get a stop. I mean, again, I don't truly blame the defense, but they didn't make the clutch play outside of the first drive.
Man, when they had that interception, things were looking up.
Right? It was everything. I kind of think the Bucs might have gotten the stop there, but nope. Refs give them the first down. This game's done.
Yeah.
Bucs aren't even thinking of using their timeouts.
And they never got past 17.
No. Man, this is horrible, man.
This is worse than last week.
Way worse. Way worse.
At least after a certain point, you're kind of like, okay, I expect this. This game, you were like, ooh, we got them.
Yeah. Who are these? That's what everyone's saying. Yeah, who day? Day the same. Yeah, all right. I was right. If I'm the Bengals, I go for it.
Yeah. Well, quarterback sneak or something.
Yeah, QB sneak. Bucs offense can't move the ball without turning it over. And they need to score twice. Yeah. Just don't challenge this. They never like overrule this stuff. No, yeah, now the Bucs use their timeout. What? So they can. Yeah, boy.
Just don't question it. Just let it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd almost rather them just give them the first down and then start calling the timeouts. Those poor fans.
I do like the shot of Todd Bowles talking to Logan Ryan, though. Because I think it was Larry Foote this week. He mentioned like he sees Logan Ryan as a coach someday.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, good observation. He's like, yeah, everything that I've said and coached this day, everything in the second half, just do the opposite of that, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. They were doing the opposite of what they were doing like the past few weeks in the first half. Things were going smooth sailing. Then they're like, nah, let's revert back to it.
Burrow under center. Once again, I imagine he'll QB sneak it. Oh my God. Are they going to say Will Golston went all sides?
Was that Will? It's like a couple of them jumped.
They're definitely going to call it on the Bucs. Yep. They called Nacho? That's
looked like Devin White too was getting jumpy.
Yeah, none of them moved. This is pathetic.
I feel like Devin White led Nacho to go. What do you think the press conferences are going to be like?
Brady is going to be so distraught that he's barely going to be able to speak.
Over and under on how many minutes he goes?
7.5.
Ooh, I'd say under. I don't think he wants to talk too much.
Yeah. Whew. Bucs call their second timeout, just prolonging the inevitable.
Yep.
What's this math? 27, 37, 39. I can't remember if I got the over at 43.5 or 45.5. If it's 45.5, I still have a chance to hit this. Unless they score on this play, which they will.
And why not?
Well, I don't need to look it up. So thanks for the Bengals for saving me the.
No Plant City math required on that one.
No, none. None whatsoever. Touchdown Bengals. It's now 33-17.
Yeah. Who's counting?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Great timing on your tweet, though. Couldn't have outdone themselves and
Thank
then they
you.
score.
Yeah. Well, now gives the offense another opportunity to turn it over. Whew.
What do the comments look like? Are they positive?
You know what? I'll get to that in just a moment. Obviously, this game has been so bad. You probably don't want to watch it anymore. You're like, please just get to the Sunday night game with the Giants and the Commanders. Competitive game. I would definitely recommend going to Walk-Ons for that. Of course, Walk-Ons hosts the Pewter Tailgate show. 2 different locations, one in Midtown, one in Wesley Chapel. Awesome food, Cajun theme, but they have all different types of food there. A bunch of TVs, so it's fun to watch any sporting event that's going on, whether it's the weekend or during the week. I say during the week because their happy hour deals are awesome. And specifically, if you go on Tuesday, they have happy hour deals all day long. Not just your typical 4 to 7 or around that time. It's all day long. Get the 22-ounce beers for a for the price of a regular size beer. A ton of great appetizers, fried pickles, wings are great. The mozzarella logs, they're not even sticks, they're absolute logs. A ton of great food, Cajun style, but they got your typical restaurant food as well. So check out Walk-Ons, host of the Pewter Tailgate show, which will be taking place next week. We won't be at Walk-Ons for that one because it is Christmas. But we will have the pregame show at 6:30, the tailgate show, and then the game day show with myself at 8:20 when the Bucs played the Cardinals in what actually could be a winnable game, but also a easily losable game.
Brady winnable.
Yeah, good point. A team that they should beat, but probably won't. Russell Gage got crushed on that second play. That's going to go to the 2-minute warning, which gives us an opportunity to get to the comments from all of our awesome Pewter people that have stuck with us, despite the fact that the Bucs, who were up by 17 points, are going to lose by 17. 34 unanswered, Tom. Like, that is vomit-inducing.
Yeah.
Eater says, we are a joke. We get circled on other teams' calendars as a win again. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. Everyone's just so excited to play Tom Brady that they still get their best game. Usually that's just like when you play the defending Super Bowl champ, but not this case. Spunky Boy says, well, this is definitely Brady's last year in Tampa. Tough to argue against it.
In the first half, you said he might have another year.
Yeah. Nah. That changed quickly.
Yeah.
Ramon had it. Ramon Pilgrim had it 41-17. So,
Still got
hey,
time.
you might get a pick 6, Ramon. That would only make it 40. But who knows? Maybe they'll go for 2 just to pour it on. Ken Rickard, 2 straight years of poor drafting by Jason Light. There's no E in Light. I think the jury's still out. It's still very, very early. There hasn't been...
There's been promise, a lot of promise in this draft class. I wouldn't say it.
The problem is you look at the 2020 draft class, and Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. were exceptional out of the gate.
Yeah.
And you just can't you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that all the time. So has JTS lived up to expectations? No. That doesn't mean he can't become something. Logan Hall, still way too early. Rashad White has been good. Kate Otten, when they've thrown the ball, has been solid. Yeah, so
hit or miss, but
I appreciate the comment, Ken, but I don't agree with it. Brady is bouncing, probably. Brady going to Seattle. I hadn't considered that. Yeah. Brian says Brady had 2 bad turnovers, the fumble to Lenny and the INT to Brait. Of course, Brait. Brian Uchik or Juchik, not sure how you pronounce that. Let us know phonetically, Brian, how you say your last name. At least we hit our average of 17 points. That's Uchik there. I'm going to just say Brian J. Whew. Straight up garbage. That's been the Bucs as they run it on 3rd and 1, because why even try to
got to establish a running game.
Yeah, got to establish it with under 2 minutes to go. Brady should go to San Fran. I agree. This is just dumb at this point. You're not wrong. Russell Gage gets out of bounds. Good for you, Russell Gage. Nope, they're going to say the clock still running. Pathetic, no up-tempo. The winner of this division will have a losing record.
Yep.
That is true. Sad but true.
Unless
Devin Tompkins makes a catch.
His first career NFL catch.
Yeah, congrats to him. Wifflehead. I can't stand this team. It's no wonder they were called the Buccaneers before Brady. This entire team, coaching staff, and owners are losers. As Brady throws over the middle. Wow, nice catch by Cam Brate. Yeah, he just earned himself some more playing time. It's amazing that Brady got them to the Super Bowl. 4 Girls says, if I'm the Glazers, I am beyond pissed. Oh, Bengals had 12 men on the field, so that stops the clock.
That's probably the best play this half.
Yeah, they had to have thought the years of being the Yucks were gone. I don't think Bowles will get a year 2 unless Brady demands it. If they lose out,
he's gone. Yeah.
The Niners aren't signing Brady. Garbage time stats. Yay! More checkdowns to their RB. Hey, nice catch. Russell Gage. Woo! Brady's going to a real team with a real coach next season. Once again, why is Brady still in? Well, I mean, if they score here and they get the onside kick, I know
and
it's
they
a big
score
if.
Again.
Yeah, I know it's a big if. But you play until the end. Brady has time, throws it away.
Now, one thing with a season like this, I don't think Brady goes out like this in terms of his legacy. He has to come back for another year.
You think? But what if it gets worse than that? Yeah, he really should have just retired last year, huh?
Yeah.
Because his last moment would be like, hey, he tied the game up, and then the defense blew it. 2nd and goal, 52 seconds to go. Throwing over the middle, Russell Gage. Ooh. Another touchdown for Russell Gage.
Hey.
Look at that.
Had a solid game.
Yeah. He's had an odd one.
Probably his best game so far as a Buck. Like, stat
without
wise, 2
question.
touchdowns.
Bucks are going to go for 2.
Is this the first time this year Brady's had 3 touchdown passes in a game?
It could be.
Because he came in only averaging 1.5.
Yeah. Oh, now they're going to run the fade to Mike Evans. And they had it double covered. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're down by 100. Eli Apple waving goodbye to the fans.
This dude.
Oh, no. Don't let the Patriots win the game. What the heck is going on? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is that how the Patriots are going to lose?
What?
That's hilarious. Oh, my God. That completely made it worth it. I had one of my best friends is at this game. He's a big Patriots fan.
And it was Chandler Jones.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
At least we didn't lose like that.
Yeah. I can't text my friend right now. I gotta give him some time to cool off. All right, Bucks are gonna go for the onside kick to try to cut it to a 3-point game.
Yeah, why not?
And I mean, that was a softball of a onside kick.
I mean, right to him.
Yep, that's gonna do it. Let's get some final parting words by those that stuck with us. Oh, Brian giving us how you pronounce his name, Brian Jukic. All right, cool. Well, now we know. Brian, you've been in the chat before, so we appreciate you. I'm sure you'll be on again. Brian Jukic. Bengals take a knee. I'm just laughing. It's like, oh, the Bengals once again get the ball in the Bucs territory.
Yeah.
Frank G. Brady just needs a better line. This line has no push. He has no time to hold the ball. Brady knows his team sucks. Brayton Moss and dudes. That was funny. Russell Gage, $20 million receiver for what? Did anyone see Julio Jones today? Julio Fulio today, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was injured. Brady probably checked the run and said F this. Let's see. Someone said this was so sad. Yeah, let's see. 5 turnovers in 1 half is insane. Yeah, I'm with you. All talk all the time. All right, well, that's about to do it for us in this debacle.
You said it would be entertaining.
It was entertaining.
Very entertaining.
Austin Dunn says, Bucks surrendered barely 200 yards. That's going to do it for us. We will have the Pewter post-game show coming up in just a little bit, so stay tuned for that. You can air out all of your grievances for what happened in this game. Really just a choke job by the Bucs, an absolute collapse by them. They collapsed in this game. We'll have the Pewter GameDay show on Christmas next week, starting at 6:30, and then that's the Tailgate show. The GameDay show is at 8:20. We'll have the Pewter Report podcast in a little bit. So for Adam, I'm Matt saying thanks everybody for watching. We will see you next week for another edition of the Pewter GameDay show. Out.